Welcome, truth seekers, to Paranormal M. Get ready to explore the realms of the supernatural with us. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications for a front row seat to our most intriguing stories. Dealing with the supernatural from the perspective of a chaplain. I'm a chaplain for a community church. I deal with many things. One of the aspects of my role is dealing with the spiritual world. I'm specialized in dealing with what we call spiritual warfare, demons or dark spirits. I've only recently come across this Reddit, but I've read a lot of the posts now, and I see a lot of the same themes coming up. I haven't given out the same advice to many different posters. Thought it might be helpful to do a quick do's and do nots. Keep in mind, I'm not trying to convert or evangelize you, but it's better to know what options you have. My advice will both be Christian and general information, and comes from a place of study and lifelong interaction with the spiritual world. First, what is a chaplain? A chaplain is a church minister or representative who works in the community or in the secular, non-religious world to give mental, physical, or spiritual advice. The advice is often non-religious, though the chaplain is religious. Chaplains will use all of the tools in their toolkit to help someone, which includes counseling, referring to health services, or engaging in religious support like prayer, blessing, or protection with the person if they're willing, on behalf of the person when they're not present if they're not willing. The best verse to describe a chaplain is always be prepared to give an answer to those who ask you to give a reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. Let's get into it. Signs of haunting. Always look for the scientific or rational explanation first. Never first assume it is spiritual, unless you have the inexplicable. And search hard for logical reasons for signs. Tick all of the boxes in order to be certain. This is a big category. Not be able to fully cover this. There will be some stuff missing, but here's the general signs I've seen in person. Foul, inexplicable smells. Footsteps, scratching, knocking, temperature fluctuation, whispering, feeling of being watched, inexplicable movement of items, small visible movements like pulling on blankets or knocking items over, physical touching, as in being touched, poked, prodded, grabbed, sleep paralysis. More on this below. Haunting of an individual. This is much more difficult and very complex. NB. This is really difficult to ascertain. Sometimes it's purely psychological or a mental health issue. Need to get professional psychological intervention first, and then spiritual. A complete change in attitude and behavior. Growling or groaning for no reason. Sudden memory loss with no reason. Inexplicable anger and mood shifts. Hostility to spiritual practice or people. Foaming at the mouth. Sudden substance abuse. Standing and staring for long periods of time. Addictions. Dangerous/self-harming attitudes and behaviors. If it knocks or calls, do not answer. One of the most common beliefs across religions and beliefs is that dark spirits or demons require permission to possess a person or an area, or to tether to somebody and haunt them. But this permission doesn't always need to be explicit. Dark spirits are infamously tricky. Knocking on something and having it open for you. It's the most simple and most common form of invitation there is. Like being let through someone's front door after knocking. The invitation is implicit. They'll also do things like imitate loved ones or target children. That's mostly because children have an incredibly active imagination. Not to worry you, but sometimes an imaginary friend is not so imaginary. Although most of the time it is. It's just a child engaging in play, imagination, and creativity. But if it calls to you or knocks, my suggestion is always to rebuke and ward. My rebuke is, I do not permit you, you are not welcome here. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, I command you to leave. For non-religious rebuking, obviously take out the in the name of Jesus stuff. Warding is when you put crosses or protections on doorways or regular blessings and cleansings. Non-religious warding would be making sure to shut and even lock all the doors. Never under any circumstance try to communicate with these spirits. Some spirits are benevolent, but if it is trying to trick you, it is evil and has to be rebuked. Some examples I've seen have been knocking on windows, porch doors, walls, bedroom doors, or even front doors, or pretending to be a loved one calling out to elicit a "come here." All of these instances require strength, courage, and firm words. Sinister spirits love fear, so find whatever it is that bolsters you and use it. Obviously, for me, it's Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. White sage is not a cure-all. So often we see people advocating for the use of white sage, but this can be a bit of a misnomer. White sage is a native North American practice. Dark spirits respect authority. We don't know why. There are many theories, but for whatever reason, the spiritual world respects authority. If you are not Native American and you wave white sage around to cleanse a house, you will not fully do so because you don't have the authority to practice. It's also because white sage is for certain kinds of cleansings, more responsive in nature, like somebody dying in a house. For an alternative example, as a Western chaplain, I will use frankincense and myrrh, and it's worked every time I've used it to cleanse a house or bless someone. When I was younger, I tried sage, and it worsened the symptoms of a haunting, hence the investigation into it. Dark spirits are angry and malevolent, and if you show you know that they're there, and they're trying to get rid of them, but don't actually get rid of them, you will anger them. My suggestion for a cleansing is to find a spiritual elder. A spiritual elder could be a chaplain from a local church, or it could be a shaman from the local tribe. Sorry, I'm from New Zealand, and tribe is the word we use. Either way, you need somebody with authority who knows what they're doing. Don't try and fix these things alone by essentially kind of co-opting another culture and religious practices. You don't have the authority to do so. However, I will say you can still rebuke. This point is incredibly important about the use of symbols, herbs, incense, and other cleansing rituals. You can still command something to leave you and your house or your family alone. Immature interaction with the spiritual world is hugely dangerous. Things follow you. The same old trope, but it's a trope for a reason. Seance in a graveyard, a Ouija board at a party, going to a haunted abandoned building in the night. All these things we love to do to scare ourselves. All of these things are intensely dangerous. Can't tell you how many times my support has basically been a spiritual investigation to find and solve a cause. If you know where it came from or what it's connected to, much easier to deal with a malevolent spirit. That being said, it's also one of the most common reasons I've seen for hauntings. People have invited the interest of a spirit with their silly behavior. It's not just worth the risk. If you want to experience it vicariously through videos and let other people take the risk. If you do muck around, you know what I'm going to say. Find yourself a chaplain or a spiritual leader. Get yourself and your living environment blessed. Rebuke and ward. Of course, my first suggestion is to, don't muck around with it. Also, to cover here, things like living on native burial grounds, haunted forests, or graveyards all require specific interventions. You need to know the problem. For example, living on a native burial ground or a battleground. A grievance has occurred, and there are angry spirits. Anything to do with the wrongdoing toward the native population requires native reconciliation, ritual, and intervention. Benevolent spirits. These definitely exist. You will find conflicting information surrounding benevolent spirits and what to do with them, but personally my suggestion will be to move them on. Sometimes they are malevolent spirits, up to no good and tricking you, though sometimes they are the spirits of loved ones. However, they don't belong here anymore. Grief can be a powerful tool, so too can love. If you think it's truly the benevolent spirit of a loved one, then if you love them, let them go. Give them peace and freedom, bless them, and cleanse the environment. Magic/witchcraft. As a Christian chaplain, my job is to tell you to avoid this. However, the reality is that plenty of people engage in this area of the supernatural perfectly safely. If you are Wiccan or a determined practitioner, my only request is that you find someone in your faith to mentor you, so that way you can do it safely. People messing around in witchcraft without having an elder to guide them is another horrendous, dangerous way to invite malevolent spirits. And I admit the same can be said about many Christian practices. Sleep paralysis or supernatural? This is probably the most common question I see, but there is a relatively simple answer. Is there anything else going on other than the sleep paralysis? While sleep paralysis can be terrifying and a tool of dark spirits, sometimes it is simply sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis is when your conscious and subconscious have not fully reconnected. You're awake, but you're not physically in control. Supernatural occurrences usually bring in a whole raft of other things, unable to sleep because it feels like you're being watched. Other telltale signs of a haunting, like light switches turning on and off in the night, footsteps, temperature fluctuations. If you're not sure, my suggestion is to sleep on your side as often as possible. If it's sleep paralysis, it'll still happen. If it's supernatural, it will stop, because you can no longer easily be pinned. The most single helpful piece of advice. Be courageous, and remember that fear and anger are the same emotion with different responses. Current evidence indicates that they're from the same part of the brain. The purpose for many cultural war dances was to turn fear into anger. For Christians, it's a lot easier, any faith practitioner really. For me, when I'm confronted with something spiritual, I stick to my go-to. I do not permit you. You are not welcome. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, I command you to leave. If you can't muster the ability to be clear, logical, and concise, then I honestly recommend you get angry and let it be known. How fucking dare this thing come into your house and fuck with you? How dare it follow you around and make your life harder? Tell it to fuck off. Another incident happened. So this has just happened an hour ago, and I just wanted to share it with someone. So I was in my bedroom with my wife, doing the normal kiss goodnight before I went to play video games. Nothing was off, and my wife kind of fell asleep shortly after. Came back into the bedroom to find these 2.5-foot long sparklers like fireworks. They had been laying on the top of my hamper on the side of my bed, all laying over the bed, on top of my wife, and who was sleeping, all around her, but all on the bed and the package as well. I woke her up and asked her what the fuck she was doing with the fireworks. She mumbled half awake that she didn't do anything and it wasn't her. So I started putting them away, and I really wish I had taken a picture, but I didn't think anything of it till I had to put them away already. The only way they could have been sprawled out over the bed like that is if somebody threw the box onto the bed or shook them out all over. I went back to playing video games and looked down and noticed I hadn't missed a call from my wife's phone. Rather, they had missed a call from their wife's phone, but no voicemail. I asked her why she called me, and she said she didn't. She usually recalls the next morning if she called my phone because I'm being too loud. It's only the next room, and I know it can be loud sometimes. The same night I was joking, saying that the ghosts were blowing my money around. We were playing Monopoly, and I think I may have pissed something off. I just came to bed now and questioned her again about it. She didn't remember anything. But even fully awake, she didn't know anything about the sparklers and kind of looked stunned for a second herself for a second. This is only the newest of many strange things that have happened in this building. It's a 120-year-old building that used to be an old secret society building. I hear boot prints in the ceiling. I've seen shadows. I've been grabbed physically by my face, ankles, and shoulders before here. I just want to leave this place. I've lived here for like 8 years, and so many things have happened, but it's not just this place. I've experienced things my whole life. I think partially because my mom's a pastor, and partially because these things follow me wherever I go. I can't escape it. I can't get away from the paranormal if I tried. I've seen over 10 exorcisms, and more experiences where I live than a normal person. I haven't been given a choice to believe in these things or not. Some people go their whole lives without experiencing anything. Others aren't so lucky. I wish I could just live a normal life, but these things follow me either through my life or through what my friends are going through, and they ask me for help. My haunting of living in an odd fellows hall. Starting with my personal history, my mother's a Christian pastor. However, my mind is open to all sorts of things. I believe in angels and demons, beings from other dimensions, cryptids. I just look at everything with an open mind ever since I was little. My mom said before I was even conceived, a pastor told her that, well, gonna have another child. She believed she was too old for a child and scoffed it off, thinking he was just crazy when he told her that. Isaac was coming. Biblical background, Isaac was the son of Moses and Sarah. His wife was too old to conceive a child, yet she did anyway. I've had multiple pastors prophesy over me saying I was going to do great things and be a leader someday. I still think they're all crazy. But I feel this may at least have to do with something with my sensitivity towards the paranormal. All my life I've had many experiences, good, but mostly bad. And I just feel the need to share them with people other than my family. If you want more information, just ask. I'll tell you. I'll share some of my shorter experiences with you in the future, but for now, the biggest and most intense story is of where I currently live. I try not to talk about, or research about the things that I've experienced, as they tend to stir things up even more. Even as I write this, I get a feeling up of dread, and I hear cracks and bumps on the wall. But I just need to share this with other people. I want to post this something before I lose any more details of things I've experienced in this place. I moved into my apartment with my soon-to-be wife in 2016. We got married in 2017. With her brother because we couldn't afford the rent by ourselves, still being young adults. It was awesome to finally have a place to our own without the constant parent breathing down our necks. My landlord shared the history of this building with me when we moved in about how this building was a building of an old fellows hall. Odd Fellows. I found later it was built in 1885, and I didn't really do any research on my own until things started to happen. Everything was fine for a while, and I can't remember really when all the things started happening. But I do remember when I first felt the heaviness in the air and dread. There's one room in particular that felt more heavy and darker than the rest. The room where my brother-in-law slept. He never used to recall seeing or feeling anything paranormal, but he did used to sleepwalk and act very strange late at night. Now he has had many concussions from his time playing hockey, and I'm almost certain that that's where all this is coming from. He had some weird episodes, but I'm contributing them to his concussions. Well, in his room is where the weird stuff, or at least feelings, would start. When we would be in the kitchen, you could see straight down the hall into his bedroom, but sometimes it looked like it was pitch black in there, like a veil of darkness. The only way I can explain it, really. Like it felt like someone was standing in the doorway just watching you. Mind you, I've had this feeling before because I've always felt and been sensitive to this stuff. I don't know why. Well, after a while, I would try and just keep the doors closed to his room so I wouldn't get that feeling, and it helped for a while. In my kitchen, there's a door-to-door storage room where I had a fly tying station set up because I'm a huge fishing and fly fishing fan. When I'd tie flies in there late at night, I'd always leave at 3 a.m. I always have been nocturnal. And that's because I would always start to feel uneasy and get the same feeling I would from my brother-in-law's room. Now, one time that made me think it wasn't just me is when my cat at the time came into his bedroom with me when I had a dark, heavy feeling. I entered his room, the cat with me. My hair stood on end, like I shouldn't have been there. I looked at my cat and his hair was on end as well. So I know I wasn't the only one feeling it. I closed the door, said a prayer, and left to my bedroom. One of the most intense nights, I was up late playing video games like I always do. Can't remember the time, but it was after 2 a.m. My animals started looking at my apartment door. I heard rustling around out there, and so did they. Kind of like when my wife is home and she's getting ready to come in, but she was in bed. That's when I started hearing scratching outside my door. My lights inside the room I was in started flickering. I shit you not. I then saw my dog and my cat simultaneously watching something on my ceiling go around in circles. As I typed this, I heard footsteps from my attic. Just thought I'd add that in here. And this ties into something that I'll share in another post. After I got freaked out by my animals watching something that's not there, not fly, not a bug or anything, I was sitting on my couch watching this. That's when all of a sudden I had what felt like 2 hands grab my face from behind, pulled my head into the couch. As the hands were on my face, my whole face went numb and pale like no blood was in my face anymore. It's the only way I can describe it. After that, I started a prayer harder than I ever have. I don't go to church, and I'm not super religious, but I do believe in my faith and I know I have power over that stuff. I don't remember anything else happening after that other than a heavy feeling in the air. I ran to bed with my wife and explained what happened to her. We prayed and went to sleep. The next morning I found, outside of our apartment, handprints, scratches on our walls. The landlords painted it all over when we moved in. Wouldn't be the type to smear up what they did with dirt, so it's very odd that these would appear after the night I heard something outside. I'm going to try to attach pictures here, never posted on Reddit before, so I'm not sure if this will work. Hand and fingerprints on the ceiling and wall, the scratches on the wall in the hallway outside our apartment were right where our neighbor's head lay on the inside of the wall in his bed. I know this because he showed me once. I went in to look at furniture he was giving away. I never thought to ask him if he experienced anything because I didn't want to freak him out, although I regret not asking. I wish that's where this ended, but it's not. One other instance is when me and my wife were in bed together, just reading and whatever we were doing till we fall asleep. I like to play my Switch, but I felt the heaviness again. But what's weird is as soon as I felt it, she looks at me and told me she was scared, like something was in the room. I felt it too. This was the most I've ever been scared. Felt like something entered our room and started coming toward the foot of our bed, with ill intentions. I was so scared my body was literally shaking and I could barely even mutter a prayer. Like when you're in a dream and you try to tell but nothing comes out. I prayed along the lines of, "You are not welcome here. We are children of God, and we are protected by His stripes. You are not allowed here, and you cannot hurt us. Get out." I struggled to even get those words out, but I just continued to pray for a peaceful night's sleep. I'm actually starting to tear up while writing this. This was the most terrified I've ever been in my life, but I didn't want to tell my wife that. That was about the end of the worst of it. Granted, weird stuff still happens, and weird things still make sounds. We'll hear someone with boots walking around in our attic. We see shadows peek around the doorway to the hallway that you can see our brother's room from. It's connected to our living room. Sometimes the shadows are white, sometimes they're black, Sometimes I get a weird feeling in the room I got grabbed in. I know it's time to go to bed. I try not to stay up past 2 to 3 a.m. anymore. My brother-in-law since moved out, and his wife's sister now lives with us. We've gotten phone calls from her where she said she saw a white shadow move past the living room doorway in the hallway and other shadows. We're looking to move this summer. Not because of these things, but we've outgrown our apartment. We need a yard for our dog to run around in. But I will miss this place. As fascinated as I am with the paranormal, I would never want to live with the things I've lived with. Now, I have done some research on my building. It was built in 1885 and was an old Oddfellows Hall. And what I actually found is, well, they used to involve skeletons with their initiations. A lot of people who've lived in it or bought old halls have found old literal skeletons in their closet or in the walls or floorboards. I'm starting to think there may be old remnants of skeletons somewhere in this building, or some kind of portal they opened and never closed. The attic above us is constructed in a way where the ceiling is rounded off like that of a church or something, with a raised platform at the front of the room like it was a stage. Old chandeliers hung from the ceilings. The attic is kind of locked up now, as the landlord's son used to part up there literally 4 days in a row every weekend. We complained, so now no one is allowed up there. I would take some pictures. I do unfortunately have more stories outside of this place I have to share, one of which was at my old house where I grew up. The place was built just before I was born, so there's not really anything having to do with it being old or anything. But me and 3 other people all saw the same thing in my bedroom, details and all. With me not telling any of them what I experienced, all the same bedroom. I believe they meant in the same bedroom. My experience as a residential mover. I own and operate a movers company. On many occasions, we're sent to homes where the owners have passed away. The homes are older than 100 years of furniture have been passed down many generations. On one move from Texas to a 250-year-old home in Virginia, the house was renovated to look like it did when it was built. Small ceilings, visible beams, and the hardwood floor was original. The new owner even showed us bullet holes on the outside of the house dating way back. We arrived around 4 p.m., and the owner told us where we wanted all the furniture. Then he left, and we got to work unloading. Right off the bat, we felt very uneasy in this home. It was surrounded by mountains and trees. The nearest neighbors are about a mile away. There were 3 of us. I was inside laying rugs before the other 2 brought in furniture. It got dark quick as the sun went behind the mountains. I heard footsteps on the 2nd floor and figured it was one of the guys going to, working on the bathroom. When I walked outside, the 2 guys were coming in with the headboard for a bed. I asked if they were upstairs, and they both said that they were taking a smoke break while I lay rugs. He shrugged it off as just the house being old. It is now pitch black outside, and the house is a historic monument to the city, meaning you can put so and type the doors and locks and knobs. We were basically working with flashlights and candles with how low luminance the house lights gave. They wrote lemon scents. We all assembled in the living room area when we all hear a door slam at the back of the house. We figured it was a draft, but went to check it out anyways. These doors are original and easily weigh 80 to 100 pounds each. We all start to feel unsettled as I told them about the footsteps earlier. We start to unload the truck and assemble the place, all the furniture, as fast as we can. Once we got upstairs, the mood changed drastically. We all felt very nervous, as if we were all being watched. While assembling a bed frame from the corner of my eye, I would see shadows going back and forth. All of a sudden, I hear a loud bang downstairs. Went to look, and it was my drill I had left on its side on a table that fell to the floor. We all rush outside for a cigarette, see what needs to be finished to leave quickly. All that's left is the footboard of the bed I was assembling, and to take an armoire to the second floor. We plan accordingly, and we're in and out within 20 minutes. There was no way somebody could have come into the property because the owner had motion lights placed on the trees all around. And they only came on when we were outside, and the homeowner was in a hostel, or a hotel, 45 minutes away where I left him his keys. It's been about 3 years since that job, and we still talk about it to this day. Had weird supernatural or paranormal experiences that I can't explain rationally. First instant. So a few days back, I was in a bus going back home. An ambulance passed us by. I had the urge to cry out, like bawl out. So overwhelmed and had tears in my eyes, taking deep breaths to control my emotions. Couldn't explain it because 1, I had nobody close to me die in my life yet, and 2, no trips to the hospitals, 3, no emergencies that involve ambulances. I've passed through many ambulances in the past, and have always prayed that the person, whoever's in the ambulance, was safe, but such feeling never occurred. The second instance, yesterday night in my roommate's perspective. I was sleep-talking, very normal for me, and she was asking me to stop it, thinking I was awake, and I did stop talking apparently. The same thing repeated 2 to 3 times again, and it stopped. Then I gasped loudly like inhaled and didn't exhale for at least a few seconds. She said she could see my chest physically rise when inhaling and fall when exhaling. I even called my mom as if crying for help. She called me many times, and after a little time I replied, I'm okay. I went back to sleep. In my perspective, the moment I heard her call my name desperately, I felt like something or someone was standing near the leg side of the bed. It was completely black, and as far as I could remember, the silhouette had 2 hands and 2 legs and 1 head. I waved my hand once in a way to make it go away, as if it would dissipate into the air, and I said, I'm okay, to my roommate and fell asleep. I remember feeling absolutely scared and terrified, really desperate to just go away from that feeling. I remember getting goosebumps and telling myself it's nothing and I shouldn't pay attention to it. The next evening, today evening, we were talking about what exactly happened, and she told me her side of the story. Even then, when I thought of what happened, I got goosebumps all over my body, got chills, and heart was beating too fast. It's possible all of these are physiological reactions, because I perceived the situation as scary, but just mentioning so I don't miss out on any details. These things have never happened to me before, so what are your thoughts on it? If it's in any help or has any relation to this, I usually do tarot, but haven't done it in a week or more. And these instances have happened during the week I hadn't done any tarot. I don't do any other spiritual or paranormal stuff. I'm usually a very positive person, but have been stressed lately because of work. Experience from last night. Paranormal or pure coincidence? Last night I had one of the strangest experiences of my life. Let me give some backstory before I get into what happened last night. I apologize for the length, but it's kind of necessary to grasp the full picture. In 2009, I purchased my first home. Luck really seemed to be on our side, as my fiancé and I had been looking for a year and houses were flying off the market. In September of 2018, my mom's neighbor had gone into a nursing home. The house was listed for sale. There was an estate sale held in the home in December, in which my mom and I attended. I felt like they were asking way too much for this incredibly outdated house. March rolls around and the house still hasn't sold, but they dropped the price down a bit. My fiancé and I decided to make an offer. They countered and we accepted. Life was great. We were homeowners and had the best neighbors in the world, my mom and stepdad. It felt like such a blessing for us to have my parents next door, especially since my fiancé and I have 2 young kids. They were ages 1 and 6 at the time. I also work opposite shifts of my fiancé, so if he needed to run to the store or whatever while I'm working, my mom or stepdad could come over and watch them for 20 minutes. They were there to help with every detail, from doing a complete living remodel to borrowing us tools and whatever we needed. My stepdad would even help out with our lawn care, and my fiancé would help with their snow removal. December of 2020, my stepdad started getting sick. He had vertigo that wouldn't go away. His doctor prescribed him meclizine, and after weeks and weeks of it not going away, his doctor referred him to an ENT. The ENT was under the impression that he was suffering from Meniere's. A week or two after seeing the ENT, he woke up one morning unable to walk, so he went back to his doctor yet again. His doctor thought maybe he had a stroke in his cerebellum, so he sent him in for an MRI. The MRI unfortunately showed a tumor on his cerebellum the size of a large grape. They also found tumors on both adrenal glands and one in his lung. The diagnosis was stage 4 adenocarcinoma. 3 months to the day after his diagnosis, on 6/1/21, my stepdad passed away in the comfort of his home, with my mom and I by his side and holding his hand. I was there for the whole process between his hospital stay, rehab, and then finally him coming home on hospice. Stayed up with him the night it became clear that he was dying. I made all the phone calls to hospice and the family after he passed. I wrote every word of his obituary. Living next door, I was able to spend a lot of time with my mother to help her through the grief of it all since he passed. It's become very clearly evident that it was more of a blessing for my mom to have me next door than it is for me to have her next door. I should also add that within a few days of my stepdad's passing, I believe he sent me a sign. My fiancé and I were sitting outside, saw a hummingbird trying to feed from my sage plant that was blooming. I've never seen a hummingbird in the city I live in. It's just too busy. We're not near any wooded areas. In fact, we're a block away from a very busy road. My mom and stepdad used to live in the next city over, and they live next to a huge field, and there were woods not too far from their house. She used to get hummingbirds frequently. My stepdad loved to watch them. When they moved to the house my mom is currently living in now, she tried for several years with the hummingbird feeder, and not once did she get one. So it was quite a surprise to see this one right after his passing. So here's where my current story begins. This past Tuesday was my 1-year anniversary of my stepdad's official cancer diagnosis. My mom has been having a really tough week because of it. I think she's finally entering the anger stage of grief. On Wednesday, I was home with the kids. My fiancé works regular business hours, and I work nights, 12-hour shifts 3 times a week. I have a really weird eating schedule because I keep odd hours to begin with. He came home from work a little after 5 like normal. I wasn't feeling right. Felt lightheaded, kind of dizzy. Sent him out for food thinking I just needed to eat something because I had been up for about 5 hours and hadn't eaten yet. So we had dinner and I still wasn't feeling well. I was lying in bed at 3 a.m. and the whole room was just spinning. Starting to feel really nauseous and hit me that maybe I was having a migraine, but maybe without the headache. So I woke my other half up, had him get me an Imitrex because I couldn't focus on anything but the spinning at the time, let alone trying to walk down a flight of stairs to find some meds. Thursday, I woke up still dizzy, but it was short-lived and went away after an hour or so. Here's where it gets really interesting. Friday, I woke up and felt fine still. I was scheduled to work that night and needed to wash my hair and do all the things to get ready for my work weekend. I have pink and purple hair currently. To keep the color from fading, I wash it in cold water by draping my head under the faucet of the bathtub versus taking a freezing cold shower. So mid-hair washing, the world starts spinning again. I gracefully managed to stumble my way over to my mom's house because I knew she could help guide me through that maneuver that you do for vertigo. And she did. She offered me some meclizine, which is basically like Dramamine. She still had some in her medicine cabinet for my stepdad when he was experiencing vertigo on a daily basis. So my mom proceeds to tell me that I can't go into work like this. I can't safely drive there. And I'm like, crap, she's right. So I made the decision to call into work. About 2 hours later, I take her up on the meclizine offer, knowing I had already called into work, so if I got drowsy, no big deal. I'm not going in. Around 8 p.m., I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer. Took a nap on the couch. I woke up with some strange dreams around 10 p.m. My fiancé was watching some serial killer documentary series that, probably explained my dreams. I woke up feeling overheated, decided to go out to our breezeway to cool off a bit and wake up. When I hit the stairs to my back entry, which also leads to my basement, something smelled weird, like it was burning. The smell was overpowering. I looked around and didn't see smoke anywhere, but started calling for my fiancé, worried that it was in the basement. 3 steps down I could handle, but not the 10 or 12 to go down to the basement while I was still dizzy and now feeling drugged out and drowsy from the med I had just taken. So he goes and checks out the basement, says the smell stops midway down the stairs. It's not coming from the breezeway or outside. We have several switches in this back entry. One that powers an outside light pole in our side yard, one for the light in the breezeway, and one for the basement, and one that turns the power off and on to the garage, which is always on because of the garage door opener. So he starts checking the switches, and the one for the power to the garage is hot. He runs back downstairs, flips the breaker to that switch, grabs a screwdriver to take the plate off, and the switch was frying. He says to me, "Thank God you noticed this." 2 hours later, this whole experience was kind of just weighing on my mind so heavily. I really kept thinking it was such a good thing that I didn't go into work tonight, because who knows how much longer he would have had. There was probably going to be an electrical fire starting. And that's when it hit me. I was home because I was having the same symptoms my stepdad was having from his brain tumor before he passed. Is this him warning me? Protecting my family and I? My fiancé replaced the switch this morning, and I think we'll be calling an electrician to come check everything else out. I've never in my life had an experience on this level before. I woke up today feeling about 80% better as well. I stood face to face with a Wendigo when I was 7. This happened when I was 7 years old. I'm sharing because my older brother reminded me of it. Now I'm 24, and now I can't get it out of my head. This was very traumatic for me because after this event, a bunch of other things started to happen. This is how it started. Growing up, and now I live in a haunted state, lived 5 miles away from the most victorious haunted forest. Victorious? My mom used to tell my brothers and I about what she would hear walking by the forest, the murders that happen, and about how she used to see Pookwudgies. Bueller. My older brother, 11 at the time, let's call him David, and I, 7-year-old female, were watching TV in the living room. It was dark outside, must have been a new moon. If you were sitting on the couch and looked to your right, you would see the glass sliding door, which viewed the backyard. Mind you, it was an acre lawn, and tall trees lined the perimeter. I was tired and decided to get my ritual glass of milk before bed. That's when I stood up and saw what was glaring at me through the glass door. It was tall, taller than the fucking door. It was skinny in the torso, but its chest was broad. It was white with tall ears. I want to say it looked like the white version of Donnie Darko. I believe you mean the rabbit from Donnie Darko? I was about 15 feet from the glass door. I froze and it didn't move. It just kept looking at me. It couldn't have been anyone else because we lived in the middle of the woods. Started calling for my brother's name, but David wasn't answering me. Started to get louder. now calling for my mom too. Her room was on the other side of the couch, so she was in there in a heartbeat. She looked at the back door, looked at David, then told me to just sit back down. Couldn't understand why I was the only one freaking the fuck out. Laid on the couch facing away from the glass door, David puts a blanket on me and we both fell asleep on the couch. Well, 2021 David calls me from jail. He's been in and out since he was 13. Or since I was 13. This is how the conversation went. David: "Hey, can I ask you something?" Me: "What's up?" David: "Do you remember that night?" Me: "What night?" David: "That night where you were freaking out, we were young. Remember that tall, scary-looking shit that was in the back door?" Me: "I had a flashback of that night." David: "Look, I had a dream about it last night. I wanted to tell you that I saw it too. I was too scared to do anything, and Mom saw it also." The conversation ended because he'd only had so much time on the phone. I felt relief that I knew I wasn't just having a schizophrenic hallucination episode, but my body went numb from the memory of being so scared. I told my significant other about it. He's my best friend. They told me that I came face to face with a Wendigo, and how he wasn't surprised because of the small country town I lived in. When I looked up what a Wendigo was, my heart sank. That's what I saw. Now I think about it every day. It's been a year since I was reminded of it. I believe it still follows me. I think I had a guardian. My siblings and I grew up in a pretty traumatic environment. When my oldest sibling, 5 years older than me, became a teenager, they became a very real risk to my safety. Their bedroom was right next to mine, and I was regularly threatened with things to be done to me in my sleep. One particular bad night, a figure showed up in my bedroom doorway. He looked like the guy from the movie The Green Mile, Michael Clark Duncan. He was massive and wearing overalls. I could see him as clearly as I could see anyone, but no one else could. He freaked me out. My parents eventually had to get a beaded curtain for my doorway to make another sibling swap bedrooms with the oldest. But looking back as an adult, I think he was protecting me. When he was in my doorway, nobody ever came into my room. My volatile sibling would be calmer and their threats would fade. A couple of years ago, we had someone enter our home while I was asleep. I woke up to somebody opening my bedroom door. That night, the figure reappeared in my doorway. Hadn't seen or even thought about him in years. But that night, he was clear as day. I think this figure was there to protect me and help lessen the trauma I was subjected to as a child. My mom remembers me being so afraid of the figure in my doorway that I could always clearly describe him. Even now, 25 plus years on, I can see him clearly in my mind. I wish I wasn't so afraid whenever he showed up. A mate of mine in recent years said he was a poltergeist, and if my sibling had followed through in my threat, I would have seen real evil out of him. But I really don't know. My uncle smiled at his funeral. So this happened a few years ago. But first, a bit about my uncle, Paulinho. He was an alcoholic and died of cancer and was battling with alcoholism his whole life. He started drinking in his teens, and this kept going and turned into an addiction. My cousin's life was pretty hard, as my uncle neglected him through his infancy. Money was always an issue. My uncle developed throat cancer in his 40s and had to quit drinking to have a chance. He actually managed to stop drinking and smoking and fought the hell out of the cancer. He then went 20 years without drinking or smoking, until he developed a new cancer. This time he didn't have the strength to fight the addiction and died drinking and smoking. He was a loving man, funny and really helpful, but he was stigmatized within the family because of his addiction. I was living with them and my grandma at the time, and I was attending college in the city where they lived. My uncle used to help her as much as can't really walk, but he wasn't doing much since the disease came back, and I picked up on taking care of her, alongside one of my aunts. I tried to be supportive for him, but I know how hard it was for him to deal with the addiction and the cancer again. I really cared for him. The worst was feeling everyone draw away from him as he was slowly dying. At the funeral, he was in the coffin in the middle of the room. We're all around him. When the time came, people started talking about him and I couldn't keep my eyes off of him. He had a neutral look, but you could distinguish a sadness in his face, especially in his mouth. Everyone that spoke said good things about him, but they all mentioned his disease or the addiction or how it was hard dealing with that sadness of watching him go back to it. I wanted to speak only good things of him, but had no strength. But after my cousin spoke, his wife started talking and only said fun things about him, the times he helped her and how he was like a father that she never had, and some funny situations. It was the only time that I took my eyes off of him because the speech was so moving and because I was really representing him, like his good nature. I wanted to say but didn't manage to. When I looked back at him, he had a distinctive smile on his face. He seemed genuinely happy at her words and how everybody was laughing and remembering him in a good light, not throwing any criticism or paying attention to his flaws. It really amused me, and I'm a big non-believer of life after death, but that is something I really can't explain. Wish I could say it was only my perception because at the moment, but I genuinely saw a smile on his face, and then faded away a few moments later. Little kids are obliviously connected to the spirit realm. Around 10 or so years ago, my little brother was about 2 years old, just learning how to speak and develop into the toddler stage. I was around 12 or so years old, being the oldest sibling, with my 2 middle siblings in between me and my youngest brother that I'm talking about here. We had a family party celebrating my birthday that year. The extended family was over for dinner and cake and presents, all sharing stories, watching the game on the TV, etc. Then my mom and aunt decided to get out the old family album from when they were all kids and talk about old memories and share them with us kids who were not alive for it back then. They came across a few pictures of my late Uncle Chris, who died before I was born of cancer. I was really close to my mom's siblings, my mom especially. I only ever heard stories growing up about him from my mom and other members of the family, but never got to meet him. My little brother certainly never met him and also barely comprehended or heard any stories or seen any pictures of him up to that point in his life, being only 2 years old at the time as well. My mom pulled out a picture of Chris in his graduation uniform. And before she could even start explaining the picture, my little brother looked at it, started smiling and laughing a little bit and said, "Hey, it's Chrissy." Chrissy was the nickname given to Chris by some people in the family, as well as his close friends back then when he was alive. And not even what my mother referred to him as, even like talking to me growing up. After he said that, my mom and aunt just looked at each other, mildly creeped out at first, followed by amazement and a deep debate about how the hell that was possible, as well as my grandma coming in being very spiritual, like I bet him and Chris are good friends. That would just be like Chris too. I was confused as hell myself, not understanding how he recognized him without ever seeing him before. Being like young, 2 years old, he could barely even form coherent sentences the majority of the time. I also have quite a lot of stories with my younger sister, as well as a faint memory from my own childhood that all really convinced me of this theory further move. But I'm curious what other people think about this, or what other similar experiences people have. I'm honestly not sure what I saw. When I was small, I used to live in a big old house in a small village with my parents and my grandma. The house was at least like 100 years old. We bought it from the local priests who had lived there before. Normally, I didn't experience many scary things, just a few weird sounds maybe. I'd note that I've always been scared of the dark. Even now, as a 20-year-old grown woman, I hate being alone in the dark, and I write it off as this house. As a kid, I had nightmares and recurring dreams very often, and I still do to this day. And exactly because of this, since my bedroom used to be right next to my grandma's bedroom from the right and my parents' room from the left, I would always open the door to either room at night to feel safe by their small sounds and the TV light shining in. This night it wasn't that late, probably around 7 or 8 p.m. I was playing Smite on my laptop. The door to my grandma was closed, but the other side, the door to my parents' bedroom, was halfway open. From my desk I was sitting at, I could see straight into their room. It was dark inside. The parents weren't home yet, but I was expecting them to arrive any second. At one point I heard someone in the room, so I turned my head. I saw something move in there. It was this slightly glowing white figure that I mistook for my mom somehow. Without a thought, I said, "Hey, Mom," but got no response. When I doubled back to check the room, it was absolutely still and dark inside. Freaked the fuck out and ran to my grandma's bedroom, but I never actually told anyone in my family what I saw. I was sure I was seeing things because looking at my laptop screen for too long, perhaps. Years later, we moved out with my parents, and it was only my grandma left in that big house alone. She told me sometimes she would hear footsteps in her room going around in a circle when she was taking a nap in the late afternoon hours. But as soon as she opened her eyes, the noises would stop. Sadly, my grandma recently passed away, so I couldn't discuss this with her further. To be honest, I'm kind of uneasy thinking about going back to that house. We'll most likely sell it if we gain ownership. A transplant recipient's encounters. Back in the year 2012, I had a heart transplant. Ever since, on occasion, something strange would happen. Usually when I was about to do something I probably shouldn't be doing or mention the donor's name. May 2021. First time I noticed something weird was when I was lying in bed and the door to the office adjacent to my bedroom was closing by itself. It was slowly shutting and I dismissed it as the AC turning on or something like that. But I remembered that the carpet in the office has a lump in it, and you have to apply a good bit of force to the door to get it over the lump in the carpet. I got up and searched my house to see if anybody was up. They were not. November 2022. After that, I was on the phone and I happened to be discussing the donor. Almost instantly after saying the donor's name, the lamp next to me started blinking off and on. This is strange, but I could chalk that up to a loose connection in the lamp. January 22. I was hanging out with my friends and they asked me to retell my story about the heart transplant. Shortly after, we were messing around and took a video. However, when we replayed the video, an orb goes across the screen and completely covers my friend's face. It's probably just dust. March 2022. Today I was working on my car out in the garage and I had to get up under the car to pop the oil drain plug out. I was feeling lazy and didn't put jack stands under the car. Right as I was about to slide up under the car, a wrench falls off the top of the toolbox. The top of the toolbox has a rubber mat to stop tools from falling off. That was the last straw that made me make a post about this. I'm a complete skeptic when it comes to ghosts, but I thought you guys would at least find it interesting. Being grabbed after helping people on this sub. Even though professionally I'm a chaplain who deals with the supernatural, I'm surrounded by people who load and assume stuff about my experiences. I don't know who I help that's something seriously powerful attached to them, which is scary enough as it is. I try and dismiss this kind of stuff, and my first rationalization was bugs, but I can't really ignore or dismiss it anymore. There's a room we're next to that I've written about. I still follow my practices, warding with prayer, crosses, incense, Bibles, but there's 2 spots of faltering. Number 1, that's when I'm at my computer desk. My legs are up against the wall to the creepy room. Several times throughout the hours I'm sitting at my computer and I feel a hand grab or slightly yank my foot. It's cold. It's also incredibly annoying. The other spot is when I'm sleeping and my legs is uncovered. I get small yanks as I'm falling asleep or some that wake me up. Same deal. Cold as ice. The briefest second. Really weak grab or yank and then nothing. Woke up with random scratches on my leg one morning, but I'm going to assume it was my dog. Anyway, just offloading and appreciate people reading this. My partner refuses to talk about it because she's terrified of the paranormal. I work in a church, and it's the creepiest place in the world. It's an old church, but not like cool old. It's not Victorian. It was built in the 40s. But it's a community church in a poor area, and we've seen some broken souls come through the doors. We're open to any and everyone. We're probably the most accepting church I know of. But this does result in a lot of sad stories. I'm a chaplain, but I don't force my beliefs on anyone. I'm not here to evangelize you. I work alone in the church often. It's a low-paying job. I'm the only full-time worker for the church, but I do it because my background is in working with kids and young people who are on a trajectory to join a gang. I have a degree in youth development, master's in community leadership, and I'm trained in institutionalized psychology and chaplaincy. I don't do it for the money. I have a belief that our church is either haunted or targeted by spirits because of the work that we do in the community. We're grassroots. Humility is key, and we're not afraid of spiritual warfare, which mostly looks like counseling people who are scared, giving out food boxes to the needy, blessing new buildings or places of death, lots of different spiritual things. My belief is that as a consequence of the people we help and the things we do, we draw negative spiritual attention to ourselves. I got a video the other day. I don't want it to go viral. I'll get in trouble with my church. But it was the usual doors opening and closing themselves and heavy footsteps in the church area while I was alone. And all the doors and windows were closed. I work in a small chapel office off to the side. The main building is usually locked up tight for security reasons, even has a different alarm. So I recorded myself going through the building. I'm a Maori, a New Zealand native, so I carry a traditional weapon that is blessed, a patu. It's with me in a flax bag for blessing things. I can attach a photo of that too if people are interested. This video would be decried as a fake, and I'm only sharing here because I'm hoping I'll be believed. To break it down, this is on a Monday. Our church is cleansed every Sunday evening, and I'm by myself in the building on Mondays. The door is 2 meters, and when I first see what's going on in the door, I kind of just get frozen with shock. And then try to lighten my heart with humor. I don't know. It was a weird response. I acknowledged that maybe an adult with small hands did this, not the cleaners just kind of missed it. The reason I turned the camera around midway, though, is those doors swing both ways, and I wanted to catch if they swung strangely behind me or if I could catch anything. Possible alien encounter. So, my mom, 2 brothers, sister, and I decided to drive to the Grand Canyon. It was beautiful, but quite terrifying. Anyways, my mom then suggested that we go to Page, Arizona to see Horseshoe Bend. She had went months prior. She wanted us to see it. So we arrive, it's cool, whatever. So that night after we see everything, my mom suggests we go look at the stars. Page is tiny. It's the middle of nowhere. Just desert and mountains for hundreds of miles. We drive to a secluded area where there's almost no light except for the hues, I guess, of the streetlights of a bridge that wasn't too far away. And oh my God, it was astonishing. Never seen anything like it. About 20 minutes of messing around, my mom suggests that we drive to Horseshoe Bend. There's no light there other than the sign. It kind of shines up from the bottom so you can see it, you know? So anyways, we get out and are just standing near the car chatting. Whatever. At this point, we were probably there like 40 minutes, and when we first got there, we had heard a cricket, and since it was so silent other than us, we were trying to find it because it sounded close. Anyways, here's where it gets weird. My brother is sitting about 15 feet behind us on the sign. He climbed on top of it. And the other 4 of us are by my mom's car. My brother sees a shout like a shooting. Yells out. Oh, a shooting star, I believe they think. About 15 seconds later, me and my mom see another shooting star at the same time. She then says something along the lines of, "I bet people see all sorts of crazy weird stuff out here." And as soon as she says this, the cricket stops making that noise. It's dead silent. We're all staring into the distance. There's a white light level to us, like somebody holding a phone flashlight, and it would turn off and then back on a few feet away. It was moving around in circles slowly. We were literally all hyper-focused on this thing. None of us even said anything. I think we were all thinking, what in the actual? I want to say we were staring for 20 seconds when we hear the car door open and slam shut. We all looked at each other and my brother said, "What the fuck? Did that door slam shut?" We're all baffled. I don't think any of us said anything. My mom walks up to the car and she's bending down looking into the car, and my brother comes up behind her and shines his flashlight since he couldn't really see inside. And as soon as he did that, my mom screamed at the top of her lungs and took off running. "He's in there. There's someone." Naturally, we all scream and we're like, "What the fuck? Where are we running to?" My eldest brother looked again and there was nothing. We got in and took the fuck off. We had chills and couldn't believe it. My mom was spooked as fuck and described it as a pale dude in her driver's seat, hands on the wheel. She couldn't make out any facial features really, but to be fair, she was only peering in that window for about 2 seconds tops. We didn't stop talking about it all night. About an hour later, my mom, sister, and I were feeling bad and wanted to go back. Bros kind of said no, but finally said fine, but we're not getting out. We left the hotel, got to the car to go back, and as soon as my hand touched that car, I was overcome with a nasty feeling. It came out of nowhere, and I immediately started having a panic attack. Hadn't had one in years. My family was comforting me, and it weirded them out for show. We didn't end up going back. Husband and I realize we've seen it. To start with my real parents, they died in a car accident, and I got adopted from when I was around the age of 4. I've always seen this tall, dark figure at the end of my bed or corner of the room in my dreams. It didn't have a hat or a brim. It was always darker than the room it was in. Happens about 3 times a week, or if I go anywhere new or overnight. Each house I've lived in, I've seen it. If I go to a friend's overnight, then it would be there too. I always thought it was just me being crazy and overthinking things. There was no way I could tell people, and I didn't want to come off as that weirdo who sees things. When I was dating my husband, I saw it at his and didn't say anything. We're now married and we have our 5-month-old. Literally the other day I told him I had a weird dream. I had a black tall thing coming up the stairs, opened the door and just started staring at me and our baby. He turned white. He said he had the exact same dream that night. We shared the same dream. Upon talking, he admitted that he had seen it for a while. He only saw it when he started dating me and obviously sees it often now in whatever house we're in. We've recently moved too, and he saw it the first night. In the hospital I gave birth in because of the big C word. My husband had to go home. And that was on his own, he was on his own the very first night. I got moved to a ward, and the nurses would come check on myself and the baby, come do my blood pressure, and just take care of you until the morning. I was going home the next day. I saw whatever it was just standing outside the curtain rail of the hospital bed watching us. One nurse came, took my vitals. I heard her gasp. She shoved on the lights, blinding me in the process. She apologized quickly and said that she had a long night and apologized again for blinding me. She did a full look of the room before she left and made sure to leave the bedside table lamp on. The weird thing that happened was the first night of me being out of the hospital and at home with their newborn baby. It was there in the corner. He said he saw it look at me and then look down and into the crib, and then just turned to leave. I'm now currently scared because it's validating that something is following me. I don't think it's evil. I think it's watching over me. And now, our baby. And now, see ya. Step into the shadows with Paranormal M, your portal to the unexplained. Subscribe and enable notifications to stay updated on our latest eerie discoveries and chilling tales. The Black Orb Attack. So we had just turned off the lights and had just settled into bed. That's when this happened. Seriously, I literally was just thinking, thank goodness we're finally in bed at a decent hour and I can relax. That's when it happened. I noticed that my husband was kind of stirring around a little, but then all of a sudden he rolled over towards me hella fast-like. He grabbed my arm and was just sitting bolt upright and said, holy shit, there's a bad spirit in here or something. Now you've got to know that I just was all like, what? Jumping out of bed while still clinging hard to my arm. He flipped on the light. Then his eyes got huge and his mouth dropped agape as his face absolutely turned pale. He was staring behind me, so I turned to look and didn't see anything. The dogs were up now and looking around, utterly sleepy-eyed and confused. But they didn't seem to be reacting to anything. What? I demanded. I was ripping my arm free and shaking his shoulders. He pointed over my shoulder, and with red, teary eyes and a shaky voice, he stammered, "There's a black orb thing and it's coming toward me." Not sure what the fucking actual fuck to even think, I said, like, I don't see shit, there's nothing there. Yeah, there's a he yelled as he actually fucking threw one of his arms up in a defensive gesture. I honestly wondered for a moment if he was, like, seriously losing his shit or something. But then I remembered that in his parents' old house they just recently sold, he sensed a ghost and saw an orb. As did I see an orb in that house as well. Since we've been together, there's been a few instances of him seeing or noticing things like that. I, on the other hand, not so much. So in that moment, as I watched his arm go up like someone was throwing a punch at him, I glimpsed the look of pure and total fear in his eyes. I knew he wasn't losing it or fucking around, right then and there. He started begging me to help, but I didn't know what the fuck to do. He asked for a Bible or something, but I informed him that they were all in storage. Then he jumped back, bumped into the wall, and threw open the front door, backing out. "It's like it's trying to hit me in the head or something," he yelled, throwing up both arms in defense. "It's coming at me, please help me," he yelled as he gripped onto both of my arms that time. He just started holding his head and then repeating, Stop, I swear I'll stop," so on and so forth. I totally froze. I tried praying, but I just kept telling him I didn't know what to do, and not to acknowledge it or fear it, as I heard that they fed on that kind of stuff. That went on for over an hour. I eventually burned some sage and tried saying a few words. people use the frickin' shell or something under the sage like in the movies, but that shit falls everywhere and burns holes and shit. Anyways, after about an hour and a half, I turned off the light and we clung to each other in bed until he stopped shaking and eventually fell asleep. You've got a bit of a potty mouth, which is fine. Stubborn Mom from Beyond. To properly understand this story, you have to know that my mother suddenly passed away when she was 50, leaving me with her house. Since she didn't like my boyfriend at the time, she had tried to get me to kind of promise her that I'd never let him live with me in her house. We were smoking together, so she joked that she would haunt me if I did let him live there. This took place a year or two before she actually died. I wouldn't make that promise to her because I didn't think I could keep it. Anyways, a couple of weeks after she died, my boyfriend was at my house, which I had mentioned was formerly my mom's. He was sitting on the couch in the spot that my mom always sat, day and night. As he was sitting there, he was saying how he thought it was stupid that my mom said that he couldn't live with me there. Just as I was going to tell him that he probably shouldn't be sitting in that spot talking shit, my cat, who was by me rubbing up on a portable kitchen island which stood up on wheels, suddenly stopped dead. The cat then turned around and put her face and upper body close to the floor in order to see under the portable island and into the living room where my boyfriend was sitting on the couch. The hair on her back stood up, her tail puffed way up, and then she began to growl a very low growl. It was as if she knew and understood what had been said, and was now witnessing the manifestation of the consequences, which were unbeknownst to us in the living world. No matter what I did, she would not frickin' move. She kept staring at him and growling in a low growl. I was wide-eyed, staring at this shit. All I could say was, "What the fuck?" My boyfriend was all like, "Holy shit, what do I do?" I said, "I have no frickin' clue." This lasted for about 3 or so minutes until the cat finally just trotted out of the room. I did try and take a picture to see if anything would maybe show up. There was nothing in the picture. I don't know what the hell that was about, but I have an inkling it may have been my stubborn-ass mom. That one too. My first ghost experience. As I was about to go to sleep last night at 3 a.m., I heard my door open and somebody walk in. Naturally, I began panicking, thinking that somebody's broken into my house. I was turned away from the door and didn't want to move in case it was. Then suddenly, I feel the weight of somebody crawl over, only light, as if it was a kid. Then they lie down next to me on my bed holding my finger. Obviously, I'm extremely confused, preparing to throw my blankets over them and bolt out of my room. But when I open my eyes, the weight of them on my bed disappears, and the feeling of them holding my finger slowly fades away. Other experiences I've had in the past, such as girls' voices saying hello and light breathing outside my window, have just brushed off as my imagination or sleep deprivation. But this was different. I was awake the whole time. I talked to my mom about this. She told me that when she was pregnant with my youngest brother about 15 years ago, she used to feel someone bump into the end of her bed and stare at her. Initially, she thought it was just my older brother. They used to come into her room at night if we needed something, but when she would open her eyes, she wouldn't see anything. However, one day she felt the bump on her bed and somebody looking at her, but this time it was at the side of the bed next to her. When she opened her eyes, it was a little blonde girl in a nightie. My mom remembers following her out of her bedroom into the hallway and her disappearing around the corner. This girl was never aggressive and just seemed to want my mom to follow her and give her attention. And now I'm wondering if it's that same girl coming to my room now and just wanting my attention or some sort of love. Hence why she lied down next to me and held my finger. My friend's grandmother tried to tell me she was dead. So today I got a text from a family friend. She wanted me to check on her grandmother, who was house sitting directly across the street. They hadn't been able to get a hold of her for a few days. I had known the grandmother and was recently sort of taken her to said family friend's wedding. The whole car ride there, we listened and sang to 50s music from when she was young, smoked cigarettes, and just had an enjoyable little road trip. Well, I was at work, so I called my dad and asked him to check up on her. An hour later, I get a call that the coroner was now across the street. My dad found her decomposing in the house, and they said she had probably been there for about 5 days. The heater was turned on to 80 degrees Fahrenheit in the house, and there was a dog. So you can just imagine how bad it was. A god-awful situation. But that's not the weird part. Sunday night 5 days ago, I had sleep paralysis. I haven't had it in probably over 7 years. Usually when this used to happen, I would see figures and not be able to move. I would wake up over and over again. This time was a little bit different, though. No figures, just everything in my room was off by a foot or two, like my TV and dresser. Though every time I woke up, I was facing my window. It was just 2 feet down, forcing me to stare paralyzed directly across the street. I woke up over and over and over again, just staring at the house across the street. The next day, I felt so off all day, and I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling from that dream. Eventually, I forgot about it until all this happened. I didn't even know she was house-sitting until today. Can't help but feel she was trying to tell me to come over, check on her, get her dead body off the floor. But I don't know. It could have just been a random dream. I think I saw myself die in an alternate universe. All across the country, there are local short tracks like the ovals you see in NASCAR where people can race several different kinds of cars every week. I've always loved NASCAR, and my goal is to race at Daytona one day. Ever since I was 11, I've been racing at a local racetrack in Florida. Sometimes at other short tracks around the state when there are big races going on. Right now, I race what are known as super late models, which is the closest you can get to an actual NASCAR race car. Over the years, I've gotten to be a pretty good driver, usually winning multiple times per year. This is going to sound off topic, but until September of last year, I never believed in the supernatural. But then something very, very unusual happened that made me reconsider my future as a racer. It was a beautiful Saturday night. I was getting ready with a big 200-lap race that over 30 other drivers were going to be in. I was going to start in third place, but about half an hour before the race, something in my gut told me not to get in the car. But when you're a race car driver, you get used to being nervous and just have to suck it up and deal with it. This time was a little bit different. I had this nagging feeling that something terrible was going to happen if I got into that car. Even though I couldn't shake the feeling, I still got into my car. And by the time the green flag waved and the race started, I'd kind of forgotten about it. About 10 laps in, 2 cars spun behind me and hit the inside wall. The caution flag flew, signaling for all the drivers to slow down and follow the pace car as the wreck was cleaned up. Now the feeling came back. This time, however, it made me feel physically sick. I couldn't race feeling the way I did. I wound up going through the opening in the turn, and that was like the turn 1 wall that led to the parking lot where all the race teams worked on their cars. I threw up as soon as I undid my belts and climbed out of my car. Me and my crew packed up and headed home. My friend Pete drove me home as I laid in the passenger seat trying to get some rest. The next thing I knew, I was hovering over the racetrack, watching as the cars battled for position, inches apart, trying to make as much ground as they could. As I looked down on the track, one of the cars caught my eye. A familiar white and red car running a 9th place with a black number 62 on the sides of the car and on the roof. It was my car. I remember being confused and flying down on the ground to get a better view. I landed in the infield in turn 1, watching myself racing to stay on top of 10. About 5 laps went by before the unthinkable happened. A car that was being driven by me launched off the side of another car as me and the driver next to me battled for position. I watched as my car slid into the opening of turn 1, wall over at 100 miles an hour, hitting driver's side first. The hit was so hard that it ripped my car in half, tore everything below my hips off. The back half of the car, with me still in my seat, slid back down onto the track as I listened to myself screaming in agony. The other driver swerved, trying to avoid the 2 pieces of my car, but one driver hit me head-on, ripping even more of the part of the car I was in and putting me out of my misery. I watched as my head, ribs, lungs, guts, and other organs and pieces of my bones and my skin went flying all over the track. Some flew into the stands where people were watching. A few drivers spun in puddles of my blood as they went by. This description doesn't do justice to what I saw. I looked at the terrible scene for a few seconds, then everything went black. I opened my eyes to find myself in the reclined passenger seat of Pete's pickup truck. That's where I fell asleep trying to make myself feel better. Luckily, I did. I woke up just as we got back to my house. I thanked him and headed in. As horrifying as it was at the time, I wasn't going to let it bother me. Race car drivers sometimes think about fatal crashes as a possibility. But we accept the danger. You have to accept it whenever you do anything dangerous, right? The next day I woke up at around 9:30. And after I had breakfast, brushed my teeth, and did everything else you'd expect somebody to do in the morning, I went out to my garage where I kept the race car. I was about to get to work prepping it for the next week's race when I noticed something that made me shit myself. And I'm not embarrassed to admit that. There was a massive dent in the driver's side of the car, right about where I hit the wall in that dream. That fucking dream. I looked inside the car where I saw that there was a huge crack going down the roll cage. In that moment, I wondered if I should ever race again. Like I said before, I've never believed in ghosts, spirits, or anything paranormal or supernatural. But after I had that terrible dream and saw my car the next day, I started to wonder about a lot of things. Why did I feel a really strong urge not to race that night? Why did I get sick when I tried to? How did my mind paint such a vivid, fucked up image in that dream? And lastly, what if that wasn't a dream? What if I really did die in an alternate universe and that dream was a glimpse into it? If I hadn't gotten sick in my car that night, would I have lived to race another day? Would everyone that was there be forever traumatized by the sight of my dismembered body flying everywhere? If it was just a bad dream, why did my car have damage in the same place I wrecked it in the dream, even though I didn't wreck in real life. Two events I could not explain. I'm a believer in the paranormal, but at the same time I find very few things to be actually legit. Women in my family were always somewhat more sensitive to this stuff, so yeah, growing up I would always expect to see stuff. Even now I chalk up most of it to my brain playing tricks. But these two times I have no actual explanation for. The lesser one was when I was laying in bed in the afternoon. My flatmate's in the living room. I was just staring at the ceiling as your average depressed gal, till I felt something come up into my bed on my left. Kinda like if a cat jumped beside you. Then it started walking around me. I could literally feel the weight of it going by my head and toward my right. And then thump. Like if a cat had laid on my side. Literally felt like a cat laying on me. I freaked because I was very much awake, and I did not have a cat. Never had. I could move, but I didn't want to. So I called out to my flatmate, and the moment he arrived, it was gone. I could even make out the flattened spot that it was laying in. The major one scared the absolute shit out of me. Same apartment, earlier same week. It was around 2 a.m. and I was having insomnia as usual. I was laying on my side, scrolling through the phone. I was alone that night. My mates were over at their parents'. Suddenly I hear a whistle like a 2-note come here whistle, clear as day. It was coming from the end of the hallway. It was a really long hallway, like a good 5 meters. It was a 4-bedroom apartment, so it was huge. Put my phone aside. I'm now in the darkness with a good amount of moonlight coming through, mind you. But when I hear it again, same place, same tone, and not a second later I heard a loud and clear set of footsteps bolting from all the way down the hallway. It was going toward my door, and as I sat up in bed, a completely dark person the size of a 14-year-old came through the door. Turned, ran straight at me. I shit you not, it was bright enough from the light coming from the window in front of me that I could even make out where its ears were. It looked just like a person, but pitch black. I only had time to cover my eyes, and I did so with such force I bruised myself. It took me a minute to reach for the bedside lamp still covering my eyes. I cannot express how intense it was. First the whistle, then I clearly heard it running toward me, and then it just went straight at me. I have no idea how I could even dream something like that up. I wasn't sleeping, it wasn't a dream, my phone was even in the same Twitter post I was looking at before, and it surely wasn't sleep paralysis, since I'd never had it, and could obviously move. You often hear about shadow figures standing around in the dark, but this one literally lunged at me. Has anyone else ever experienced something like that? I've since moved out, and even then, nothing else of note had happened, but those two events in such a short period did leave me wondering. Weird activity around my house. Not so long ago, my family sued some people because they were trying to steal from a house that we have. They were also inhabiting illegally and using it for drugs and other illegal businesses. Thankfully, we won the case and we were going to get our house back. Just in case it isn't obvious, these people are nice people that needed a home and could have contacted us. They were genuinely evil people that have killed a cop, stole from us for a decade, and have caused problems for many people. We were starting to think that might try something like as a last-ditch effort to cause issues for us. And that's when it started. Weird activity began happening around the house we live in. Whenever you place an object in a safe location, like in the center of a table or somewhere where it would, kind of wouldn't fall unless somebody pushed it. If you leave for a while, you might come back to it on the ground in a specific location. If it only happened once, you could blame it on the cat or the wind. But the thing is that once you put it back where it was and leave again, when you returned, it'd be in the exact same position in the floor. It's happened with potted plants, bottles, electronic equipment, and other small objects. My family were worried and threw holy water at different areas of the house, because from where I am, people believe in witches. The only place where they didn't throw holy water was in my room, because nothing ever happened in my room. Shortly after, whenever I place my switch where I always have it in my room, leave and then come back, it's always on the floor, face down and directly parallel to my bed. It's happened multiple times, and it only happens when I'm in my room for most of the day. It's never happened whenever I'm at college or when I'm somewhere else. Starting to wonder if it's actually paranormal activity or if it's just small seismic activity. Since small earthquakes aren't that uncommon here. If it's a ghost, I don't really feel worried, since it doesn't feel evil. Maybe it doesn't make sense, but my room feels normal, unlike some other areas I've gone to where there has been paranormal activity in the past. Those areas, like my grandma's house, always feel like the air is heavier and you're not alone. But my room feels just as safe as it always has felt. Can it be actual paranormal activity, or is it just me overthinking? Or the earthquakes? My cat came back to visit me twice. A little over 2 weeks ago, I had to make the most difficult call of my life. I had to have my cat Bear put to sleep. He was old. So old that at 2 weeks shy of 19, and, well, I knew his time was coming soon. But nothing can really prepare you for having to make that choice, I do. I was devastated. Couldn't stop crying for days afterward. One evening I was just bawling my eyes out on the couch, staring up at the ceiling when I felt the distinct sensation of my bear jumping up on the couch next to me, climbing into my lap. Maybe I'd fallen asleep and it was a dream, but it felt so different from any dream I'd had before him. He felt so warm and soft and heavy and real. I could feel his fur, I could feel his little head resting on my arm. I could even feel him purring. And when I lifted my head, nothing was there, and it felt like losing him all over again. Fast forward to last week. Still depressed, still having trouble functioning. I was having a day where I just didn't want to get out of bed. All I wanted to do was sleep. So I was just lying there desperately trying to will myself back to sleep and, well, once again, felt my cat jump up next to me, followed by the feeling of him pawing insistently at my arm and the hand the way that he always did when he wanted to wake me up. So I sat up and, once again, he wasn't physically there, but this time I didn't feel crushed over it. Actually, from that point on, most of my sadness went away and I started to feel better. Still hurts, and I still cry every now and then, but I really think those 2 instances where Bear was trying to comfort me and let me know that it's all right, and he's all right now. Ghostly Black Dog. To preface, in 2013 I was homeless and living in a local women's shelter. The executive director of the place, a man I'll call Dan, was shady as hell with the creepiest, sleaziest aura around him, and a long history of abusive behavior toward the shelter's clients. But that's an entirely different story. Most nights, Dan left the shelter by 5 p.m. He was virtually never to be found on the grounds past 7 p.m. But one October night, he was still kicking around at 9. A few of the other ladies and I were sitting outside just chatting, and we all saw him pull his car, pulled out of the back driveway and take down the street like his ass was on fire. His back tires spun in the gravel before getting purchase. That's how fast he accelerated. And just as his car disappeared, I saw an absolutely enormous black dog or wolf-like creature. It came leaping through the brick wall where his office was. It took 3 long strides across the front yard, leapt towards the road Dan had just taken off down, and vanished into smoke. Everyone was quiet for a moment, until I asked if anybody else had just seen that. One of the ladies just said, "Yep," and we hurriedly rushed to get back inside. I'd never felt so deeply and viscerally unnerved than I did that night. I draped so many blankets over my bunk that it was like a little cave, just trying to feel secure enough to sleep. Fast forward to December. We had a new lady in our room, and we were staying up past lights out to work on some small Christmas gifts. And while we were working, we were quietly telling ghost stories. Well, I happened to mention what happened in October. And once I'd finished, 2 things happened all at once. 1, the temperature in the room plunged. It was always a little chilly back there, but Dan was too cheap to turn up the heat, or even turn it on sometimes. But this was cold, like somebody had opened the window. 2, the baby in the room next door, who'd been dead asleep, let out the most blood-curdling shriek I'd ever heard from her. Like somebody was hurting her. Started scream-crying so loud she woke up everyone in the women's shelter. Something weird happened to me today on the bus. So I should start by saying that I'm a healthy, sane 18-year-old male. Never had hallucinations or been seriously sick in my life. I've also never been known to black out or take micro-naps. My mother has schizophrenia, but as far as I know it was pretty mild and I've never shown symptoms of it. With that out of the way, here's what happened. So I was hanging out with my significant other before they went to class. It was college, and before I had to go to work. We parted ways and I got on the bus to get home to get ready. So I got on the bus with 5 other people and I sat in the back as I usually do. So all 5 were in front of me. I looked down to check my phone when the bus started to move so I could check the route. Mostly because I'm a nervous person. Wanted to make sure I was on the right route. I was. I looked up after maybe 30 seconds and I'm absolutely sure the bus hadn't stopped to let anyone off. Somehow, though, all 5 of the people I got on with were just gone. The only people on the bus were me and the driver. Freaked me out a good bit because the next bus stop was still up ahead. So there's no way the bus stopped and just let people off in the middle of the street. Checked my phone again to get my mind off it. And then suddenly the bus turned into a different street. Which is weird since the route had no turns. It was a straight line. I'm very much into horror. So my immediate thought was, shit, guess I'm going to hell. I signaled that I wanted to get off though. The driver let me off without saying anything. I've been thinking about this all day and I still have no idea what could have happened there. I know this isn't really as creepy as some other stories on here, but this genuinely did scare me, and I needed to talk about it. Maybe the bus driver didn't see you there and was taking the bus back to the terminal? Just a thought. My paranormal experience. It all started when I was 8 years old, so it was after my father died. The first thing I could remember happening is these two brothers moving to my town. They only stayed there for a few months. I decided to become friends with them. We would talk and hang out, and then they started telling me things like, "We know where you live. We know what's inside your house." I got scared. But then they started talking about specific things in my house, such as what I ate, what I wore, and so much more. It was super creepy. But I was known as the weird kid, so I really didn't mind as much. They started telling me a ghost was following me, and that the ghost was named after them. They talked to me about hauntings and scary stuff. I was a little interested in scary stuff as a kid, like Bloody Mary, the Boogeyman, etc. That's when I started to think, could these boys be ghosts or something? In my culture, we believe that ghosts can pretend to be humans or walk amongst the living. I know, kinda sounds crazy. The very first paranormal experience I had was in class. I was reading a book and my friend had her water bottle sitting next to me on her desk. I swear the water bottle started moving slowly as if somebody was dragging it. Got a little scared, but she said it must be the condensation under the water bottle or something. So I thought that was perhaps what happened. Indeed. But the water bottle never did it again. And we were there for a long time. The boys eventually moved and I was sitting in my living room watching TV. My grandma was in the kitchen and suddenly I hear a little boy's voice say, "Hi, Ashley." I jumped off the couch screaming, asked my grandma if she heard it. She said no. I looked crazy. I heard elderly people can't hear certain frequencies, I think. True. So maybe she couldn't hear the voice, but it was only me. The creepiest thing is the voice sounded like the youngest brother's voice. I'm not joking with you. That's when I realized my house was probably haunted. Started searching up about the paranormal. I would hear people call my name, lights would flicker, and things would move. Even got smacked in the face by a flying pillow. Got bitch slapped by a ghost. I basically became paranoid. My family took me to the psychiatrist. They thought I was crazy. I refused to sleep in my room. I slept in my mom's room until I was 12. Sometimes my mom would force me to sleep in my room. My grandma only experienced one thing that was paranormal. We were going downstairs to eat. That's when the lights flickered. She thought it was me, and I said it was ghost. So I went downstairs and asked the ghost to flick on the light. I was like, "Mr. Ghost, please flick on the lights again." And the lights flicked on. My grandma screamed. One time I was sitting in my living room playing with my dolls. Suddenly I heard somebody tell me to shut up. I do not know why I did this. I yelled and said, "Do not tell me to shut up. That's rude." Then I realized I was the only one in the room. I froze and said, "Do you want me to leave?" The spirit replied, "Get out!" I screamed, left my doll, and ran out of the room. Another one was I was watching TV again. One of the lamps flicked on and I heard a click. I looked at it and thought it was a malfunction. Turned off the TV, turned the lights off. The other light flicked on and I turned it off too. Then both of them flicked on and that's when it screamed and ran to my room. I was also watched by a spirit in the shower. When I showered, I felt the curtains move and it got cold in the bathroom. I would also feel someone touch me. Just knowing a ghost watched me shower makes me uncomfortable. Anyways, the scariest thing I've ever experienced is seeing a demon. My demon encounters. The first one was when I was going to my room to change. All the lights in my room were off. I flicked on the hallway light, opened my door. I was about to step in when something in my mind told me to stop. Looked to my bed. What do I see? I see a dark shadow squatting on my bed. I could not see it clearly, but I saw a little bit of it. It was covered in blood, had horns and long talons, was frozen in place. Then it moved and glared at me. I screamed and my parents asked what was wrong. I said I saw a monster. Turned on the light and nothing was there. I turned off the light and no shadow was sitting on my bed. After that, I'd never even slept with the light off again. To this day, I sleep with my lights on. Forget a nightlight. I ask myself, what if I didn't listen to the voice and went inside in the dark? I mean, demons are afraid of light. But I've been dragged to a dark room or killed. Gives me shivers up my spine. I saw another demon squatting in my balcony. I saw it and asked it the stupidest thing. I was not really aware of what a demon was, or how evil they were. So, I told it that I was 8, and I wanted to be friends. I also asked it if it was a demon. It looked like it was about to lunge, so I got the hell out of there. You know, demons lunge like a damn wildcat. Final thing I experienced is a demon in my bed. They're called succubus or incubus. I fell asleep. My mom finally convinced me to go to sleep in my room. I woke up and my room was dark. I was frightened because I never turned off my light. Thought the power went out. Started hearing a growl like a beast's growl. I didn't have a pet or anything. Turned to my left and I see a shadowy figure. I inspect it and I see his long snake-like tongue, his sharp talons, his horns, and his sharp teeth. I was petrified. Tried to move, however I was paralyzed. I tried praying to God, please God help me. I cried, covered my mouth, and I looked down to see I was naked. I was 9 for crying out loud. Apparently a demon doesn't care about age. He kept on touching me and then he climbed on my chest. I saw his face. He had many eyes. Looked like a typical demon. I was staring right into his eyes and it was the most terrifying night of my life. He started choking me, pressing down on my chest. It felt like eternity. I thought I was going to hell. Next, I blacked out. Then I woke up. I was drenched in sweat and gasping. Scared to sleep in my room and turn off the lights. When the power goes out, I scream and nearly break a leg trying to find a light. I watched the sky burn. As a preface for this story, I was roughly 17 years old and I hadn't had any drugs or alcohol that day. I believe there's no human technology that'd be capable of this, but I'm also not sure what happened. This was also prior to 2007, so I wouldn't have been able to record it anyway. Honestly, if I could have been able to record it, then I wouldn't even bring it up because I just have to ignore it happened to be because what the fuck else am I gonna do? It was 8 or 9 at night. That's when I was driving to a local subway. I was only 2 or 3 blocks away from my house in a suburban neighborhood in northern Alabama, specifically around the Redstone Arsenal area. The sky was clear, stars shining, moon out. That's when I stopped at a 4-way intersection stop sign. I was looking at the sky, in the distance above my old school, when the night began to burn like an old film reel that caught fire. It started as a little cigarette burn on the slide, then began to spread outward until everything was engulfed in daylight. This was not a beam of light, a flare, or any other random military thing. It was as if somebody turned on the sun, but the sun wasn't there. I freaked the fuck out, but in a weird way I was super analytical about it. Parked my car in the middle of the road and got out. I looked at all the houses, all the trees. I felt something off, even more than just having the night burn to day. That's when I looked at the ground and realized there's no shadows. Under my feet, under my car, behind anything. It was all missing a shadow. This just freaked me out even more. When it comes to paranormal or supernatural experiences, I believe it's always better to have somebody with you so you can turn to them and say, "You saw that too, right? Like I'm not crazy, right?" That's the first thing I went for. Went to the nearest house with the car in the driveway, banging on the door and ringing the doorbell. They didn't answer fast enough, so I'd run to the next house, then the next, then the next, until I was left standing in the street. I was completely at a loss for proving my reality was real or insanity. Then it just faded away, like somebody lowering the dimmer on a light switch till it was back to quote-unquote normal nighttime. I was still standing in the street staring at the sky. That's when another car rolled up to the intersection. Stupidly, I ran over to the car, waving my arms, and started knocking on their window. It was an elderly couple, clearly confused. So they only cracked their window to speak to me. I dumped everything on them, asked if they had seen anything since they were driving toward my location. I think my old house was haunted. For some background information, my family and I moved out of our old Victorian home at the start of 2021. I didn't necessarily think it was haunted while I was living there. However, after discussing some experiences with my younger sister, I'm begging to wonder if it was. The other day I mentioned to my sister about how I used to struggle to sleep in the old house because from the age of about 6, a shadowy figure of a young girl, she looked about 10 years old, used to stand in the far corner of my room by my toy cupboard and watch me. She never moved out of the shaded corner, and she never took her eyes off of me. This wasn't every night, but happened to maybe 2 to 3 times a week. Never told anybody at the time, and I'm not sure why, I just never thought to mention it. After telling my sister this, her face drained of all color. She told me that a young man and woman used to stand in the corner of her room and watch her. This was from about the age of 6 as well. Neither of us were scared of the figures. They were just kind of there. However, neither of us would fall asleep until sunrise. That's when the figures would disappear. We also talked about hearing footsteps on the 3rd floor of the house and doors randomly slamming shut. At the time, we both assumed it was the next-door neighbors being loud. It was a terraced house, and because the home was old, we assumed a draft maybe moved the doors. But now we're not too sure. I got freaked out and told my dad, who told me that when my cousin came to visit, at the age of about 6, she told my dad that she had seen a young girl stood at the top of the stairs that led up to the 3rd floor of the house. He also told me that he sometimes felt someone tap him on the shoulder when he was in the house alone. He also mentioned the fact that he and my mom used to hear footsteps on the 2nd and 3rd floor of the house. They assumed it was me and my sister. However, when they went to check, we were often both in bed, asleep. I might live in an actual haunted house. This happened in 2021. My family and I were living in a pretty old house at the time, like really old. There was mold, wood creaking in the middle of the night, and when wind would blow, it sounded like a window was going to shatter. My point is, it's an old house. I have 3 different things that have happened in this house. Me and my dad were driving back from Spirit Halloween store from, Halloween decor. Because it was around that time, you could say. We were all walking up to our door and we heard a loud bang on the window. It was near the bottom right corner. We had cats at the time, but they didn't jump at windows. We checked. 2 of them were asleep upstairs. The other was outside. My thought was maybe something fell and hit the window, but nothing was laying next to it. If you get the chance, take the palm of your hand and slap it on your window. Sounds exactly like what we heard. The second thing that happened to me was a little creepier. There were wooden floorboards that lead from my kitchen to my living room. The kitchen had a tiled floor and the living room had a carpet. Whenever you would walk through these wooden boards, they would make a mind-numbing creaking noise. Now, I've had my cats walk over these boards, and they won't make a sound. My cats are decently large and heavy. I was home alone and sitting on my couch. I heard the floorboards make a noise. I've heard them make noises before, but this one sounded directional. I was obviously hesitant to go check, but eventually I did. Of course, there was nothing there. The third thing that happened is almost impossible for me to explain. I did not see this one, but my dad did. I didn't know this up until today. Walked into the kitchen past the countertop. As he walked in, a small glass moved about 4 feet across the countertop, almost as if somebody had slid it. We had no one was in the house. At least, except for me and my mom and dad. The windows may have been open, but even if they were, wouldn't have been enough to slide glass across a table. This one's kind of a bonus, but not really that creepy. I have a very big habit of speaking in my sleep. I've said weird things before, like, "Get the shovel," or "Run." But my parents said that they heard me scratching my wall in the middle of the night. My bed was pushed up against a wall, and apparently my hand was in the air clawing at the wall. Another creepy thing did happen, by the way. My room is the hallway adjacent to my parents'. Apparently, in the middle of the night, I sat up, blankly stared into their room. My dad looked over and asked me if I was all right. I didn't respond, but put my hand up and waved like Forrest Gump. Very nice. Nightmare lady trying to kill me. Been having nightmares for years. It's getting progressively worse. Started with things like being chased or lost in dark corridors. Then it was about my pets and family getting sick or dying. And after this, it's mostly about me getting killed. In most of these dreams, I see or meet, but never talk to a lady with dark hair. I don't know much about her appearance. I don't know if it's meaningful, but just in case it is. Slim, average height, pale, but not translucent skin, hooded eyes, Asian-looking nose and small lips, no makeup and dressed in an off-white color. A few nights ago, she just started to choke me out of nowhere. Trouble breathing for real, and I woke up, took my things, and went to another room because I was convinced she would kill me if I didn't move. And I kind of felt like I was being watched for the rest of that night. Since I tried looking for medical advice multiple times without any success, I asked for advice from a witch. I salted corners in my apartment. When I was putting away the salt container, my kettle jumped for no apparent reason, scared me and my cat. I then heard sounds really similar to the sound of air escaping a dead body. You can Google it if you're interested. How do you know that sound? Narrate your comment. Then I took a bath with salt and lavender, and I haven't seen her since. My dreams seem a lot more normal and less scary. She's not in any of them, and I still feel that some of them have some more meaning than just a dream. But it's not something I'm worried about. But what is really chilling about this lady is that my friend also used to be visited by her. We've never talked about it before. Turns out he had to call a priest to get rid of her. I think someone or something was in my house. I've rented my current house for around 3 years. It's located in a heavily wooded area on a couple acres of land, but with neighbors not too far off. I've always heard odd noises in the house. For example, a loose floorboard creaking under somebody's weight when there's no one around but myself, and things moving slightly, such as a glass of water being shifted on the counter. It didn't bother me too much. Those occurrences I could shrug off as overthinking or ordinary house noises. However, when my boyfriend moved in, he too would hear these things. It was more so scratching and tapping noises outside, though. Sometimes they'd be so loud they would wake us up. Him being freaked out about it assured me it wasn't just in my head. We lightheartedly joked about it being a ghost, but I think we both didn't want to admittedly play into it as much as the occurrences were usually few and far between. He ended up moving out, and eventually, due to needing to be closer to his work, and things became scarier after. A specific instance happened around 11 p.m. while him and I were on a phone call. Someone knocked on my door lightly 3 times. My parents reside pretty close by, so I automatically thought that something was wrong and they'd come by. My dog was barking like mad, which is not unusual, so naively, I went and answered the door. But not even 30 seconds after the knocks, no one was there when I opened it. I was completely shocked and scared after I realized it could be somebody trying to rob me. Closed the door quickly and locked up absolutely everything. My dog continued to bark for a good 10 minutes after the whole encounter, all while staring at the door. Who sang to me? Let me start this off by saying I was not on drugs. I was not drinking. I wasn't half asleep. I was wide awake walking to school. I'm not sure if this is a spirit or just a boy that liked me, but was super duper fast. But this story is 100% true and strange. This happened almost 12 years ago. I lived with my Nana. My Nana was a security guard and her shift started at 5 a.m. I would wake up super early, get dressed, grab my things for school, and she would take me to my father's house on her way to work. My father struggled, so the only thing he could afford to do for me was to give me bus fare so I could catch the bus to school. I didn't mind it though, since my godsister lived upstairs and we went to the same school. We caught the bus together every morning. One week my Nana was off work, so she told me the night before that she wasn't taking me to my dad's. I'd have to walk to school. It wasn't really a long walk, so I was cool with it. Woke up feeling well rested. There was a slight fog outside and the birds were chirping. It was super quiet, but I could tell the day was going to be a nice day. It was mid-spring. I ate a light breakfast, grabbed my things, and headed out the door. Now, usually I wouldn't be caught dead without my headphones in my ears, but for some reason I didn't have them in this morning. I got halfway up my street when I heard this loud voice behind me. It was a male's voice singing, "Come and talk to me," by, Jodeci, Jodeci. And then there's the lyrics that the narrator's not going to try to sing because he doesn't know who this person is. My apologies. I looked over my shoulder startled and I saw him. I could tell he was brown-skinned, about 6 feet tall, hair cut. He was wearing a dark jacket and dark pants, but I couldn't make out his facial features. He was about 5 houses away from me, but I couldn't believe how loud and beautiful his voice was. It sounded as if he were almost right behind me. My heart began to race and I continued walking. I was just figuring he was just a boy that went to my school. He kept singing, getting louder and louder. I was so impressed and confused that I had to look back one more time, He was about 3 houses away from me now, and I could make out his eyes. He was looking straight at me, and this boy was singing to me. I kept walking, thinking to myself, whenever we get to this corner, he's going to catch up to me, and I'm definitely going to give him my number. Because this is kind of low-key romantic, and I love old-school R&B. I get to the corner, and it sounds like he's finally caught up. Turn around, and the singing stops, and he's gone. I couldn't believe it. There was no way he could have just disappeared. He was in the middle of singing as I turned around. Finished walking to school, told my sister and my friends that they couldn't explain it either. I knew I had to walk to school the next day, so I figured I'd find out who he was then. Woke up at the same time, got dressed, began my walk, anticipating that beautiful voice. But instead I got nothing. He wasn't there, and I never heard that voice again. I don't know who or what that was, but I will remember that for the rest of my life. Breathe. Just breathe. The year is 2005. My mental health problems are at an all-time high. In June of that year, I'd moved 420 kilometers. It's about 150 miles away from my hometown to go study, leaving my friends and family behind. My grades are dropping from a 90% overall to barely passing. I'm having financial problems, so my relationship with my roommate is non-existent. I feel like a failure more and more each passing day. I'm just overall overwhelmed with everything. Although I had to seek help in the form of a therapist, it just wasn't helping at all. At the end of my rope, one night while my roommate was away for a few hours, I decided to light some candles, incense, and just call up anyone listening, asking them to send a sign of some sort. I remember feeling a warmth wrapping around me, and I broke down crying, something I hadn't been able to do in months. As I'm sitting on the floor crying, my roommate enters the apartment, stops midway to her room, looking at me and asks if I'm all right. I simply nod, although I didn't feel okay. I turn back toward my candles and specifically asking my grandpa for a sign, to tell me if I was on the right track in my life, if I should just stop fighting, give up, and go back home. I was saying all of this in my head. That's when my roommate opens her radio in her room, and on a random music channel I hear, "Life is like an hourglass glued to the table. No one can find the rewind button. Girl, so cradle your head in your hands. Breathe. Just breathe." I was a mess. I understood it could have been just coincidence, but it meant absolutely nothing, but to me it felt like the message I truly needed to hear. A few weeks later, things were looking a lot better with my notes. My financial problems had settled down. I actually formed a bond with my roommate and my mental health problems. Although not gone, they felt more manageable. I graduated from my course with an 88% overall. Every time I hear this song, it brings a tear to my eye, remembering how much that simple message helped me. Enigmatic dream with the dead. Weird sounds and synchronicities. So a few days ago I had a very particular dream that might just be a dream, but I believe it's worth telling it because of its symbolism and how it happened afterwards. My mom and grandma passed away 12 years ago with 3 months difference. And it's not rare for me to dream with them, just like every other person, although with repeating patterns. However, sometimes these dreams make me feel like I'm having some sort of contact with them. So many things that happened in this dream, like being in a church and seeing a priest teasing and being silly with a man that was supposed to be Jesus Christ. I had a Catholic upbringing, even though I don't consider myself Catholic anymore, which ended up in a golden cross hitting a candle and sort of burning a corner of the church, and them being reprimanded by the parishioners due to their childish behavior. I end up telling these people something like, if you expect so much from others, even if they look like God, you'll be disappointed. You should understand we're only humans. And leaving this place to come in this big bright room that looked like a restaurant. White tables, white walls, and many people. I mean, many people. In this place, I passed by my great aunt of mine who died in 2020 who's speaking to someone. Next to her, there's this famous folkloric singer who died in the 90s. I just brushed that nonsense off as just sort of being in a dream. Half lucid dreaming, I guess. I come out. Then the daughter of this great aunt of mine comes with my cousins and we hug and speak. These are all well and alive, by the way. I looked back at the entrance of that restaurant, which had a huge glass door and windows that kind of just stare at the people speaking to each other as if they're eating or having coffee, except for the fact that there was nothing on the tables. Suddenly I see my mom. She looked like when she was about 35 or 36. She smiles, waves at me, and sort of gestures to tell my aunt and great aunt's daughter. Make them to say hi. She looked detached from me, but in a good way, just doing her business and not worried about stuff. I say, hey, my mom's there. Like normal, but somehow surprised. My aunt says, what are you talking about, your mom? There's no one there. I then realize I can see the dead. So then there's people humming some sort of melody next to this place. We go there and there's this gathering, like an homage to the dead or something like that. Candles on the floor, whole shebang. Everyone seems to have a heavy mood, but I'm feeling uplifted and really moved after seeing all that bustle and my relatives looking gleeful and having a good time. But that melody felt sort of haunting, solemn in a sentimental way, like a passage or link to the spiritual realm. I felt like it kept me linked to the spirits. Can't explain it. Next, I wake up from the dream with that melody in my mind. It's not the first time I dream with a melody that later becomes a song. I'm a musician. And I wonder whether I should take the phone and sing it to the recorder so as not to forget it. But I look at the clock and it's 6:59. Too early, don't want to get fully awake yet. Plus, the melody I was recalling now didn't feel exactly as the one in my dream. Didn't feel that magical and moving. I turn in bed, close my eyes, thinking about this dream, about that illusory communication with the dead relatives, and try to drift into sleep while hearing the soft noise of my neighbors getting up. And then suddenly, I hear these two loud snapping sounds like coming from the hallway next to my bedroom. That distinctive noise power switches would make when power goes off. Those sounds definitely didn't come from the neighbors, as the latter tend to be soft and muffled. I look at my clock. It's AC powered. To check whether the lights have gone out, but nope. It's about 7:03 or 04. Realized that was almost the exact time my mom passed away. The time she used to wake up every day, too. I've had some weird things happening at home, too, and I've learned not to be scared. My house was my grandparents' one, on my mom's side, and since it was built in 1980, no one else had lived here but her family, so I know nothing evil can be cohabiting with me. Later, when I got up, I checked around the house for something that could have fallen making a noise. Everything was untouched. Demon, dark spirit, or schizophrenia. I moved to a different city for studies and everything was going fine. Going to studies every day, chilling or visiting with my parents on weekends and stuff. One night, however, I turned off the lights and headed to bed. That's when I heard a chilling sound of somebody breathing out right next to my ear. I was freaked out. Tried finding logical explanations like the neighbors and stuff, but nothing. I didn't have any neighbors when that happened, and I couldn't replicate the sound. Next day, taking a shower after a long one, around the same time, 1 a.m., I heard the same damn sound of somebody breathing out loudly on the other side of the curtains. Freaked out and thought that somebody broke into my apartment. But no, the door was locked and no one was there. Fast forward some time, due to some circumstances, I moved back to my parents' house. And at first, everything is normal. Then one night I'm trying to fall asleep and I hear the same sound coming from the middle of the room. Didn't get much sleep that night. This happened a few more times over the year. Last night was pretty awful. I tried emptying my mind and falling asleep. Then I heard a strange bell sound, I guess. I don't know, it was just metallic and unusual. After that, I hear someone breathing out loudly. I tried to match it with my dad's snoring in the background, but it was completely different. Thought it might have been sleep paralysis, so I tried sleeping again. Not even a minute later, it happens again. Not once or twice, but for 10 minutes straight. It was uneven, and sometimes the breaths were the same volume. Other times they were increasing volume, like whatever it was trying to get attention. I felt shivers for every breath because they were so clear. My brother couldn't hear the sound. I don't know, maybe he just wasn't focusing on it. Anyway, my dad got up and came into the room to check on our dog, who started throwing up a bit, not feeling well. But the moment my dad opened our door, the breath was the loudest and sounded annoyed. After that, I didn't hear it. I don't know what's happening. Pretty young, 20, and I don't have any schizophrenic in my family. I have some symptoms associated with it, but they're pretty general and each have their own cause. I don't know why an angry spirit or whatever would target me either. So I'm left stumped. Any help is appreciated. Seeing and feeling spirits. First off, I'm a bit relieved to see that there are others out there with similar encounters. I guess I'll start off about 2 years ago when I had my first encounter. It's hard to explain, but I was sitting in my room with my buddy, and all of a sudden I started seeing outlines of human figures that kind of looked like gasoline vapors. They were standing right in front of me. For whatever reason, I wasn't freaked out or anything, but was rather calm and had a sense of peacefulness in a way. When I asked my friend if he could see them, he thought I was losing my mind and that I'd gone crazy. I felt that these figures was like seeing something that wasn't really trying to harm me. Reached my hand out to one, and as I was going to high-five it, it did it back to me. I remember seeing what looked to be strings coming off of the figure and ran my hand through them. I could physically feel them. The best way to describe it is almost like you're running your hand through very thin and long, soft hair. That was, like I said, about 2 years ago, right after I had just turned 20. Since then, I haven't had an encounter like it at all. Until tonight, about an hour ago. I came upstairs to get ready to sleep, brushed my teeth and blah, blah, blah. Crawled into bed and there's still sunlight outside, so my room is lit up even without the lights on. As I'm lying here, I start to see those same figures that I'd seen 2 years ago. But this time they were different. This time I didn't feel that calmness and peacefulness. I stuck both my hands out, and 2 of them held one of my hands each. Then I started feeling a pressure and an almost burning-like sensation. At this point, I'm like, what the actual fuck? Thought I was losing my mind, so I said, Papa. My papa committed suicide a few days after Christmas 2 years ago, right before he seen these figures the first time, by the way. Once I said that they were all gone in an instant. The burning feeling in my hand turned numb for a couple of minutes after they vanished. Now I'm sitting here thinking I'm schizophrenic or something when all of a sudden I see up on my dresser a figure of a cat. A goddamn cat ghost. I said to myself, dude, this is not happening right now. So I started doing the pss, 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 pss you do to all cats, but it didn't move. I stuck my hand out and hopped down onto my bed and laid next to me. The outline was so faint that for a few minutes it laid beside me. I didn't know which way its head was or which way its ass was. But when I could see, it scratched it even though it couldn't feel it. This is the part that's trippy. It hopped back onto my dresser and the book that I have up there, and I swear this on my mother's life. I watched the cat push the book to where the corner of it was hanging off my dresser by about an inch. I stood up off the bed and instantly FaceTimed my cousin to show him and tell him I was still in shock. I don't know if I'm going crazy or what. Goddamn ghost cat. See ya. Our time in a cult. During our time in a cult, the leaders decided I should move in with them. They had 5 teenage girls living there at the time. I was one of them. One evening I was doing my homework on the kitchen table with the same friend who saw that flying black creature with me. Suddenly, out of nowhere, my back started stinging. And I mean really burning and stinging. I was irritated by it, and I was trying to reach around and feel what was going on. Finally, after a minute or so, I asked my friend to have a look, as it was really bugging me. I roll up my shirt. She stares at my back in confusion. I ask her what she sees, and she tells me I have 3 long scratches down my back. They looked like cat scratches, but much too big to be a cat scratch. The scratches were like spaced apart, too wide to be a cat. Not to mention, they also didn't have a cat anyway. She seemed quite freaked out by it, so I go to the bathroom to view it myself. They're pretty much center down my back and also behind my bra strap. No way that I could reach that. I was worried at the time, though. I just figured it had happened somehow earlier. I was only feeling it then for some reason. Then this happened again a couple of months later, approximately. I was playing a computer game at the desk in my room. Me and 2 other girls shared it. When I felt that stinging and burning sensation again. Exactly like before. Again, I try to reach around and feel what was going on. I go to the bathroom and lift my shirt. I see 3 scratch marks. Very similar to the ones before, but not quite as long and a little off to the side this time. I was a little worried, but told myself it must have something to do with the clothing I'm wearing. I put it out of my mind and never thought about it until years later when I heard about this phenomena happening to many others. The next one happened before I moved out. My sister and I were in her room in the basement. It was late morning. Next to her room is the utility room, and then the stairs going up. Her bedroom door was closed. We were just chatting and hanging out in her room. We were about to go upstairs when out of nowhere we hear this growl and roar coming from the utility room area. It wasn't like any growl I can explain. It was like a dog growl or a big cat growl. If I had to describe it, though, it had that deep, low sound of a large cat like a lion or tiger, and it had a similar volume to a large cat as well, but maybe closer to a bear. It's so hard to explain. When I first heard it, I was so confused and immediately frightened. My mind was racing, wondering how on earth I was hearing what sounded like a wild animal in the house. We didn't have a dog either, by the way. Then my mind went to it must be someone walking a large aggressive dog outside, even though it didn't sound like a dog. And the sound is maybe just carrying through the walls. Weird. I was just trying to make sense of it. Something primal inside kicked off, I think, because I became filled with dread. The growling got louder and it sounded like it was making its way towards her door. I looked to my sister with panic, see that she's frozen on the spot. Her face was filled with fear and also confusion. I remember actually wanting to escape out of her bedroom window at that point. My sister told me to stop and be quiet, but I couldn't. The growling was getting louder and closer and seemed to be right outside my door now. I couldn't just do nothing, so I started screaming for my mom. I was just calling out to her over and over. The growling immediately stopped when I did that. I keep screaming for a minute or so and then I stop. We listen. There's no growling anymore. It's totally silent. My heart is pounding. I tell my sister we have to run out. She tries to stop me, but I open the door anyway. I quickly look around. We don't see anything. So I race upstairs with my sister right behind me. We run to my mom and tell her. Another incident that happened involved time again when I was in my sister's room. I had decided to sleep in her room that night. We had just gotten into bed and we were talking. Almost as soon as our conversation ended, when the room was totally silent, a voice coming from the end of the bed broke that silence. It was a loud whisper and it said my name as clear as day. Just my name, nothing else. I couldn't tell if the voice was male or female. It was just a very loud whisper. I immediately grabbed my sister and said her name. I was totally freaked out. She responded right away and said, "I heard it." I was so terrified I clung to her trying to process what we heard and what could be the possible cause. She said we mustn't give it any attention. I couldn't stay there though, so I got up to get a glass of water to calm down. I slept on the couch that night. I was absolutely terrified. When I was little, I saw something that looked like my sister. I must have been 8 and my sister would have been around 6. My mom would take us to our grandpa's house, her side, very often. Her mother, my grandma, passed away when my mom was only 9 or 10 years old in that house. There was this one time I remember sitting in the living room with my mom, sister, brother, and grandpa. My mom and grandpa were chatting, while us kids were playing. I had to go to the bathroom really bad, but for some reason was afraid to go alone. I asked my mom to take me, but since she was talking to my grandpa, she told me to ask my sister. My sister didn't want to go with me, even though I begged and begged. I finally just decided to go alone. The bathroom was a decent size. You walked in and you would pass a huge sink countertop with a mirror covering the wall, and then the toilet and the tub would be at the end. I remember walking in and I can't remember if I closed the door or not, but I probably did. As I walked in, I gave a side-eyed glance to the wide mirror and saw my sister walking behind me, smiling. I turned around to yell at her for making me beg so much and saying no, just to come after all. But when I turned around, she wasn't there. The bathroom was empty. It was so long ago and I was so little, but I think I even remembered hearing her voice. Couldn't tell you for the life of me what she might have said, though. I ran back to the living room to tell my mom what had happened and ask my sister if she had followed me after all. My sister swears, even to this day, when I bring it up, that she never followed me into that bathroom. My grandpa doesn't live there anymore, and I don't know if my mom ever believed me, although she does believe in the paranormal. I don't think my sister did follow me, but if she didn't, what did I see? My cousin's ghost would visit me as a child. Well, technically, she was my mom's cousin, but I don't know the term for that, so I'm just going to go with cousin. My cousin Molly Bish went missing in 2000, a few months before I was born. They found her body 3 years later. Obviously, it took a big toll on my family. My mom was a teenager who'd just given birth, and her anxiety basically tripled. When I was a kid, me and my mom lived with my grandmother and aunts, and all of them tell stories about how when I was a little toddler, I would sit in front of open closets and talk to someone that wasn't there. This apparently happened like every day. Obviously, there was nobody actually in the closet, and it gave my family the creeps. Imagine a little kid looking into a dark closet in the middle of the night just laughing and babbling, reaching towards the darkness. My grandma was buds with a medium at the time, and they told her that Molly's spirit was coming to visit me. Of course, this all happened when I was a little kid, so I don't remember much of it, but I do remember one encounter that I did have. It also happened to be the last encounter. I was around 6 or 7 laying in bed sleeping when I felt something wake me up. It wasn't a noise or a touch or anything like that, more of an overwhelming wave of fear and a feeling of, you need to wake up now. I woke up, looked into my open closet, which was right next to the bed, and I saw a person standing there. I don't remember exactly what they looked like, just that they were very, very pale. But what I do remember was that they looked furious, and I was terrified. I started screaming bloody murder, and my family all came running in to check on me because they thought somebody was attacking me. I was screaming and crying so hard that I was turning purple. My mom was worried I'd suffocate myself. They brought me into the living room, and once they finally calmed me down enough to talk, I told them I saw somebody standing in my closet. My grandma went back to my room to go check. Didn't find anybody, but they all believed that I had seen something, mostly because my reaction was so strong. My grandma ended up calling the cops to check out the house and make sure there wasn't an intruder. We had had some invasions before. The cops didn't find anything and just checked it up to me, or rather chalked. Maybe I was mistaking clothes in the dark for a person. And hell, maybe that's what it was. I'm 21 now, and I don't think I believe in ghosts, but that doesn't change the fact that this experience messed me up so bad that I slept with the lights on until I was 13, and still, to this day, 100% refuse to sleep with the closet door open. No name. This happened back in 2010. I was in my, last years in college in Arkansas. It's in Russellville, Arkansas. I was staying off campus in an apartment complex not too far away, but hidden in some mountains about 15 minutes away from the university, and another 15 minutes away from the Dover Lights of Dover, Arkansas. I shared a 2-bedroom apartment with a friend. We would always have things happening during the night. Dishes moving, kids talking and laughing who weren't there. It became so much for my roommate that he would spend his time staying with his family who lived nearby, rather than to stay in the apartment. I unfortunately had family 6 hours away in Dallas, Texas. Couldn't stay anywhere other than the apartment itself. My roommate would be gone, and this would have been like Modern Warfare 3 and Black Ops was going to go to franchises. So I'd be playing well into the night, and the occasional silverware sliding on dishes and the sink noise would occur. We had no cats or dogs, so when it would happen, we would immediately know what was happening. This went on through the entirety of our lease. On one night, it was particularly hot and humid, and our AC unit gave out. My roommate went with his family, and I asked my girlfriend at the time if I could stay at her home in Paris, Arkansas, about an hour away. She agreed, and I spent the night. A storm came that night, and that was as I was asleep. And I had a dream about a niece of mine who had passed away 2 years prior. When I was back home in Dallas, she would get her blanket and ask to sleep on a futon I had next to my room. I felt her presence as I was sleeping. It was as if she was right next to me on my girlfriend's bed. All of a sudden, I wake up, and through the lightning from the windows, you can see a small figure jump off the bed and run out of the door. The entity had so much movement that my girlfriend woke up from the feeling. I saw the entity run out of the door and into the hallway. He sat up for what seemed like hours, shocked and in awe, until we started seeing daylight from the windows and we went back to sleep. We didn't last long together after that, and the occurrences at my apartment continued until I graduated and moved back home. Something is in my house, but I think it's more than one. Okay, so a little backstory. My house was built in the 60s or 70s by my great-grandparents. As far as I know, they never saw anything strange. It wouldn't really make sense for them to have, because it was a new house and I'm assuming the land was free of any sort of spooky things. Okay, so let's get started. Both of my great-grandparents died in the house. They weren't murdered or anything, they just didn't want to go to a nursing facility. They had hospital beds in the den, and that's where they died. The hot spots of my house are the den, the living room, the hall, the bathroom, and my room. My best friend was staying one night. We slept in the living room, which faces the hallway. And the next morning, told me about a man standing at the window with a cowboy hat on. He said he'd tried to wake me, but I didn't react. I'm assuming the man was my great-grandfather, who didn't wear a cowboy hat as far as I know. But he was a state trooper, and they wear hats resembling cowboys here. The second sighting comes from my mom, and she's a bit skeptical, so I believe her 100%. She was taking a bath, and she looked up to see my great-grandmother sitting on a closed toilet, smiling at her. I asked my mom if she was scared, but she said she was just calm, and it was strange because she just faded away like she was never even there. So those are relatively harmless, just simple sightings, nothing of concern. Well, my girlfriend's seen something twice while in my house, and it's not a calm feeling for her. She saw a face and a reflection which could have just been a light, but nothing bad. But the last night she was here, I was off to go get food, and she walked out of my room to take a shower. She saw something move quickly from the living room to the den. The absolute worst experience happened in my room. I used to be able to hear breathing in my room. It would match mine, but I started to catch it and get it out of rhythm. And I know it wasn't my parents because it was way too loud and not muffled. But I just blew it off and don't really hear it anymore. One of the worst experiences is a recurring one. A sense of pure dread where I think I can move, but I feel like I'm not supposed to. And I can't convince myself to move, and last night was awful. I was on the phone with my girlfriend, and this was the first time I've spoken while I was there. We were having a normal conversation, and I hear my poster on my door move. Then it was immediate dread. I told her I heard the poster move, and she asked if my fan was on. It was, but it was on low, and that never bothers the poster. Then it set in, the inability to move freely, and that sense of dread. My eyes uncontrollably started watering as a wave of emotions washed over me. I told her, "It's in here." And how I've experienced with this before, but she told me to just look. But I told her that I don't think I'm supposed to. This went on for a while, and for the first time I was able to see it, but not really. I told her it's really scary. She asked if I could see it, but I told her I couldn't see it, but I know what it looks like, and it's like nothing I've seen before. I can hardly describe it. I felt as though it got closer and a huge wave of shivers crossed my body. I was hot and cold at the same time, and then it was gone. Some slight residual fear, but I was able to confidently move. I don't know what it could be. It could just be my brain playing tricks on me. But I really don't think it is. Weird experience with my fiancé. The situation I'm describing occurs only rarely, like every 2 to 3 months. It always happens in the morning between 6 and 7 a.m. Every 2 weeks, my fiancé just has to get up at 5 a.m. for work. She leaves at 5:30, so that way I can get to work at like 6. These weeks, I start work at 8:30 and I get up around 7:15. The thing that sometimes happens is that I hear him coming up the stairs with keys jingling in his hand, ready to open the apartment door, which is right next to our bedroom door, hence why I can hear it. Also, I have very good hearing. There isn't any background noise. I usually think that he must have left something important at home, and that's why he came back. But as soon as the doors open, I get a very bad feeling. He does his usual things like taking off his shoes, putting his bag in the living room, doing these things as quiet as possible as to not wake me up. I always feel a weird tingling on my back when he enters the bedroom. I sleep with my back turned to the door. He carefully gets into bed after taking off his clothes and gets under the blanket. At this point, I'm usually just horrified as he gently puts his arm around me and hugs me not too tightly. I always act as if I wasn't awake and don't even dare to move. I love when somebody strokes me, mostly on my back. I usually can't even fall asleep without it, and he knows exactly just how much I love it and starts doing just that. He starts stroking my back. At this point, I gather my confidence to check the time on my phone, which is always next to me on the bed. As stated above, it's always between 6 and 7 a.m. I put down my phone, and I lay there for a few more minutes. I'm terrified because I know that I'm not asleep, but I am also sure that anything that's behind me isn't my fiancé. After those few minutes, I just can't wait any longer and either turn around or move my hand in a way that I would surely hit him without turning to look at him. As soon as I do, the mattress on his side gets higher, as if he had just lifted up his weight. There's just air. Nobody's lying there next to me. I am alone. I check my phone, and sure as anything, only a few minutes have gone by. I don't know what it is, but it creeps me out. I'm sure that I'm not asleep, and that I'm not just dreaming the whole thing. But I have no idea what this could be. I don't feel like it wants to hurt me. As I said, it just lays there, hugs me, and then gets a bit back so I can stroke. Sometimes I get a kiss on my neck, but not always. All of these things, well, that I frankly like, and I should just enjoy it, but it still creeps me out. Sleep paralysis, shadow figure, and astral travel. It was a typical spring afternoon about 5 years ago. Laying on my couch in my room, the room was a master, so it was very spacious. I was very relaxed and comfortable, and I closed my eyes for a moment. Then I opened them, and I felt paralyzed. I could only move my eyes. My TV, bed, curtains, laundry, everything was exactly where it usually was. Nothing out of place or unusual, except I could not move, and my vision was black and gray as if I was colorblind. Thought there was no way that this was a dream. Is this what you call astral traveling? Did I do it? Is this what you call vivid dreaming? What's going on? As I asked myself these questions, my bathroom door next to me began to creak open. It was pitch black inside, and out of it came a jagged shadow figure that moved in a quick and bizarre way. The shadow figure moved closer and closer to me as I lay there helpless. I thought there was no way I would let this thing hurt me. Then I felt a strong urge to sit up, so I fought the paralysis with determination to sit up. I began sitting up, but something wasn't right. I looked to my arms and torso, and to my surprise, my body was still lying on the couch. I had an out-of-body experience. The out-of-body experience was so weird and authentic. My spirit self looked like a NASA picture of space dust. It was kind of a gold color. I felt like pure energy. I looked at the shadow figure and I said the first thing that came to my mind, "Fuck you." After I said this out loud, the shadow figure went in reverse back to the dark, and I became sucked back into my body, instantly waking up. I quickly looked around and everything was as it was in my dream. The experience is an accurate recollection. The story is true. I've never told anybody except a handful of people. I remember it to this day in detail, and honestly, I think it was not a dream. It was a typical day, and I was lying on my couch with nothing specific in mind. Next thing I know, I wake up in a dream. Before this happened about a week ago, I was on a supernatural kick with my cousin. We were both very intrigued by the unknown, wanted to learn more about astral travel. I've always had cases of sleep paralysis ever since I was a child. I read an article saying it might be the beginning of astral traveling or something. After this experience in my room, I've never had sleep paralysis again, and I've never really tried to astral travel. Did I break through that reality and afterlife barrier? Was I in a realm to be explored? Feeling of having lived in a time before birth, reincarnation, and anemoia. When I was a kid, I used to have very strange flashbacks and imageful thoughts. I can't explain them to this day. They all felt like they were from the era of the 80s. It was certain external trigger factors that caused these flashbacks. For example, weather, mostly rainy and dark, certain smells, music, or certain places that suddenly seemed strangely familiar to me, even though I've never been there before. What I see are single images. An example is like how I sit in an office at one of the typical computers of the 80s, how I rush through rainy streets in the evening, presumably after a long day at work, or how I work at home on a computer-like typewriter. It was especially bad when I first heard a specific pop song from 1987. It sent shivers down my spine because I had another flashback, a very real one where I was lying in a hospital. I'm in my 20s now, and these memories are significantly less vivid than they used to be. But what I still experience is a kind of nostalgia that's triggered by certain music genres or movies. But it doesn't bring up a particular image. I read about anemoia, a phenomenon of nostalgia which is currently described particularly strong by millennials. Trends like dark academia or the sudden popularity of 80s city pop, Polaroid, etc. They're said to be related to this. I believe that I have a vivid imagination and I'm a very thoughtful person, but to this day I still wonder how sometimes out of nowhere these images arise, and where this feeling comes from that I cannot put into words. Assuming that one believes in reincarnation, would it then be possible to assume that this is kind of a diffused feeling described as anemoia, and it's somehow related to it? Unknown number I dialed when I was a kid, and it sounded like it was from hell. I was around 7 or 8 when this happened. Usually after school, my mom would come pick me and my sister up and bring us back to her office. She would finish up her work while sort of playing with literally anything that we could find. Pencils, staplers, you name it. If we touched and played with it, I don't exactly remember how it happened, but we did it very often. If I recall correctly, it first started when my sister asked if I wanted to try something scary. She then picked up the telephone our mom rarely used and started dialing a random number. We would then pass the phone to me on the other line, and I would hear this unsettling, raspy voice that sounded like an old man was dying and crying out in agony. However, what was weird is that I don't remember myself being spooked by it. Instead, I had a lot of fun with my sister and we'd both laugh at how it sounded. Being a kid, I tried to communicate with it by asking if it was okay or what its name was. With every question, there would be a low, grumbly response. It was as if he was talking back to us. Fast forward a few weeks, my sister stays back at school for extra activities, so out of boredom, I would dial the number. But what's weird is, if I recall clearly, I didn't have an exact number to dial. All I had to do was just press random numbers on the telephone and it'll ring up the thing. This happened very frequently for all the times I was at my mom's office. Even got my cousin to experience it. That's about it. Years went by and I eventually forgot about it until a few years back. And since then I've just been thinking about exactly what the fuck happened and how it happened. I've tried asking my cousin, who I'm no longer close to, as well as my sister, but they both denied of such an event. They thought I was just out of my mind. I tell it to many people as well, but get the same response. But deep down, I knew this shit happened. The closure I need is to find out how it happened. Was it my sister? Was it the phone? Or was it the office? I got shot by an arrow in my dream, and soon after I got diagnosed with a heart deficiency. I, a 39-year-old female, was 22 years old when it happened. I can still remember the dream vividly. I was on a battlefield with a sword in one hand and holding a shield with my left hand. I was part of some army surrounded by soldiers like me. We all started charging forward when we heard the buzzing of a horn of some sort. After taking a few steps, I look up and see a rain of arrows falling down on us. I raised my shield, and it was too late. I felt a horrible sting on my chest. I fell down on my back. Everything started going dim. I could still feel the arrow piercing me more as it swung back and forth, so I hold the arrow stick and I broke it. The piercing stopped, but I felt my mouth getting filled with blood. I saw a vision of my mom come and hold my hand. She was crying. Then I felt all life just fading in my body and my eyes closed and everything went dark and silent. I woke up soaked. I didn't have any chest pain or any scars, bruises of any sort in my chest. All day I was agonized by the experience, but the effect of the dream eventually faded out. It was a few months after I had that dream I had a bowel infection and was hospitalized due to severe fever and dehydration. There in the emergency room, as an intern was listening to my chest with a stethoscope, they paused and asked me, "Do you have a coroner disease?" I think they meant coronary. I said no. He said he heard a strange murmur and asked for further examination. They found out that there was a tear or a hole in my heart septum 3.5 centimeters in radius. They got me an open heart surgery as soon as my bowel infection was healed. During my stay in the hospital, a lot of doctors and interns came to visit me. They asked me weird questions like if I had ever been to a doctor's office or a hospital/clinic before. On the contrary, all my childhood I was struggling with fever that almost came 2 months at a time. I was an addict in my teenage years, and I overdosed twice, one of which required strict heart monitoring as I had overdosed on stimulants. I was informed that almost all babies are born with that defect, but in most cases, body reconstructs in the defect part of the septum by itself. But even if it doesn't, the radius of the defect doesn't exceed a few millimeters. They were so surprised how all those doctors that had examined me so far could have missed such a huge defect in the heart. They told me that because that hole in the septum, all the clean blood was going back to my lungs. They told me I should have experienced growth and physical activity issues like not being able to run. That I should have been no taller than 150 centimeters, weighing less than 40 kilograms and probably must have been dead or bound to bed by now. But there I was, 176 centimeters, 55 kilograms. I was in school swimming and basketball team until my addiction started taking over and control. I was constantly going into checkups before tournaments, and all that drinking, smoking, and substance abuse should have also had the worst effect on me. But there I was, hospitalized just because of eating a fruit that wasn't washed properly. That end part is scary. Strange figures outside my house. So this was back in 2019. It was a few months after my mom passed away when this happened. So at the time, my sister and her partner were living with us while they were house searching. It was a Friday night when my sister's partner asked me if I wanted to go for a drive to pick up some stuff down in Sydney. Given he owned an R34 GTR Skyline at the time, I said yes. Sydney was an hour-and-a-half drive, and it just had this big-ass turbo installed on it. So anyways, after leaving Sydney, we get into telling scary stories. Now, he scares easily, so he was a bit spooked when we pulled into the driveway. Now, for context, the parking situation was my car would be reversed in the driveway. My sister's car was next to the driveway on the grass. My dad's ute was parked on the other side of the lawn between the fence and a septic tank, and my sister's partner put his Skyline on the lawn and his ute on the street next to it, essentially blocking the Skyline from being stolen. So I had my car in the driveway at the time, which left the Skyline at kind of a weird angle so the headlights were shining up into the garage. This was about 11 p.m. at night. After pulling in, both of us opened the doors when I caught movement from my peripherals. I looked through the windscreen to see two disembodied legs walk from the front door to the back of my car. There was no torso and no feet, just two legs strolling up to my car and then vanishing behind it. I was startled by it, but put it down to my mother just making her presence known. My mate didn't see it, but it scared him straight when I told him about it. My sister just shrugged it off like me and put it down to Mom visiting, and that was it. A week later, Dad comes in at 7 a.m. and starts asking me about what I saw. Thought it was random, but I decided to sort of describe it to him. He then says the previous night he was sitting on his bed at around midnight. He had his curtains open for a breeze and was looking at his phone when he saw a full-body shadow walk from my car, went across the lawn right in front of his window, and then vanish behind his. Didn't know how to feel about that one, but it was creepy as fuck. The Bella View Hauntings. I was born and grew up in a town called Shrewsbury. That's in Shropshire, England. Don't know if I said that right. The town has a reputation of being one of the most haunted places in the world. The town is well over 1,000 years old, and a lot of the ruins of old buildings remain, even in the town's center. Everyone I know growing up had some sort of experience with hauntings or otherwise at some point in their lives. So, getting to my most haunted experience that spans a number of years. These aren't my only experiences, but this is the one that's affected me the most. My grandparents have a house in Bellevue area of town, and that's pretty much of all the family. My mother and her siblings grew up in there. This house has a back bedroom that gives off a vibe that you just don't want to fuck with. It's the only room in the house that has the door always closed, and it's now used as a storeroom, and my nan refuses to enter alone. It was used when I was a kid as a spare bedroom for when me and my brother would stay over, but we hated being in that room. One night, me and my brother were asleep in there. I woke up just in time to look over and see the lighting fixture on the ceiling next to my head. I can even remember the feeling of the cold plaster touching my cheek right before whatever the fuck was lifting me let go. I hit the mattress, immediately started screaming, obviously, and my dad burst into the room to find out what happened. I told him everything, but he was obviously skeptical, but I even remember him saying that the room was very cold, even though the heating was on and there was this odd feeling that he couldn't explain. My brother, who's asleep during my incident, said that he had a dream that night of an old man standing over him shouting for him to get out. And to this day, he's reluctant to talk about it because of how real it sort of felt. Now this is where it gets worse. I was told this over a month after the first incident, but I was at home in my house, the other side of the town, and it happened again. Me and my brother at this time used bunk beds, and I slept on the top. My dad was downstairs watching TV, and all of a sudden he got a feeling that something was wrong. Then realized the feeling he felt was the same as it was when I had the incident at my nan's. He ran upstairs, burst into the room just in time to catch me falling from the ceiling. I had been picked up, lifted over the bed's safety rail, and was hanging with my head tilted toward the ground, and my dad burst in to see me hanging there in midair for a split second. That was before dropping, and he caught me. He was terrified and could never explain what happened. Nothing ever happened again, until I was in my mid-20s. My nan was heading out somewhere for an overnight stay, so I said I would stay the night, feed the dogs, and sleep on the sofa. I did everything stated, went to sleep on the sofa, but woke up in the morning in the spare room, at the back of the room behind a load of storage boxes. It took me 5 minutes of moving the boxes out of my way to reach the door to get out. And to this day, now 14 years later, I have no idea how the hell I got into that room, over those boxes into the back section of the room without damaging anything. I've never been more frightened after waking up in all my life, and I've never stayed another night in that house since. My nan refuses to talk about that room. My granddad was the same prior to his death. I have no idea what happened in that house, what spirit or worse is living in that back room, but I'll never go back to that room for as long as I live. My paranormal experiences in my house. Number 1. Steps. Sometimes when I'm home alone, since the pandemic I've been working from home, I can hear footsteps outside of my room in the hallway, like someone is walking out there. Doesn't really matter what time it is, it can happen during the morning, evening, or the middle of the night. The steps always sound like it goes up or down the stairs. I usually don't hear more than 2 to 6 steps at one time. They sound heavy, like when I, a friend or family member, walk there. There's no wind, rain, or cats doing anything most of the time when I hear this. This happens about 1 to 3 times a month since autumn last year. 2. Voices. I hear voices where there shouldn't be any. I have my bedroom on the 2nd floor of my house, and I hear voices like talking outside of my balcony door, day or night. When I look out, there's nothing there. The voices stop. I do have neighbors, of course, and I hear them often, but the voices are very close to me. Kind of like people are outside standing on my balcony and talking. There have even been voices on the other end of the house, outside my bedroom in the hallway with the steps. Again, I assumed it would be my neighbors, but they weren't around, and the voices sound too clear and close for it to be them. Usually their voices and the sound they make are very muffled, because they're far away. And like I mentioned above, this doesn't happen often. It's only happened 3 times thus far. 3. Cat growling. My cat is afraid of the hallway I've been mentioning before. He's been living here for over 2 years, and he's always liked to sleep out there on the sofa. Since 2022 started, he hasn't been very keen on being out there anymore during certain times. He comes dashing into my room, hides under my desk where I do my gaming and work, looks out to the hallway and just growls. If I pick him up, he keeps his eyes out to the hallway and still growls, and he doesn't want to be there. I go out to the hallway with him and close the door to my room. I put him down and I sat myself down on the floor. He goes into this defensive position and just growls. One time his eyes and head were looking at something that seems to move, following it with his head and moving his body accordingly while growling to feel safe. Similar stuff with the growling and hiding in my room has happened with other cats too before, but it was only when my neighbor's dog or something would make noise. Now there's no noise coming from outside. All of this happens only after 7 p.m., and it can kind of last for around 30 minutes or up to 3 hours. If I close the door, he tries to dig in. There are other rooms like a toilet and another bedroom and the room downstairs he can hide in, but he for some reason wants to hide in here. I don't feel anything myself when this happens, so no matter if I'm in my room in the hallway with or without the cat. It happens, and still do weekly, and sometimes several days in a row. Considering it happens so randomly, I don't think there's anything wrong with the cat personally. 4. A sighing sound and me running into something. I was alone in my room, only one awake, and the house was fully quiet because animals and a family member were sleeping. Sleeping. I walk into the hallway, same one I've been talking about. This way I can get to the toilet to brush my teeth. When I walk through my doorway, it feels like I hit something. Not like I walked into a wall or a person's shoulder, but like I just walked through something. This time around, I also get a feeling of discomfort, which really hasn't happened up until now, even with the voices on the balcony and the steps I heard. I brush my teeth and go back to bed, going through the doorway to my bedroom, and I don't walk into something again. I laid down in my very big bed on the right side from my perspective, and I also lay on my own right side. There I lay, just thinking about life for a minute or two, when I suddenly hear someone or something sighing. Just once. The sound you can make when you take your clothes off and just jump onto bed being happy that you can finally rest after a hard day's work. I don't hear or feel someone laying down on my bed, just that sighing or moaning sound. This made me feel very uncomfortable, so I took the cat and went downstairs to sleep in an extra bed on the first floor. 5. A voice saying no. Me and a friend of over 10 years are going to meet up. It's a thing I'm very excited about, because we've only been talking to each other online for all this time. I wanted to talk to my friend about, just about it further. Wanted to plan the trip a little bit. Before we did, I sat on my bed on a Tuesday night just talking out loud. She works Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Maybe we could talk on Sunday. No. That's what I heard. No. I'm the only one home, and I clearly hear a womanish voice, and it said no. I freak out, type to my friend, and we do a voice call. The feeling of discomfort was obviously there, but went away very quickly when I got to talk to my friend. It wasn't so bad that I had to leave the room then and there, but could be because her voice and presence calmed me down. We decided to still meet up on Discord to talk about the trip that Sunday. Nothing happened. 6. Glass falling to the floor. I was laying in my bed not being able to sleep. It's just me in the room, and a glass on my bedside table falls on its own and rolls down onto the floor. My cat's in the hallway, and this time around he actually growls and looks at my room not wanting to come in, which is totally opposite to how it's been before. I wasn't even stretching or anything like that. I was just laying in my bed thinking about stuff, and it just fell. While scary, I still spent the rest of the night in my bedroom. 7. Moaning sound. This is the last one I have for now. 2 days ago on the 13th of March at around 3 a.m., I heard a sound from the other side of my room which sounded like it's hard for me to describe. It's easier to try and spell it. Okay, that means the narrator will have to try to make the sound. Got louder at the end and just faded away. I was just laying awake in my bed looking at random stuff on my phone when it happened. I froze, which hasn't happened before. I guess most people would if they hear a random sound. But this is the only time I felt really bad when something happened. Like once before, I took my stuff, moved to the bed downstairs. I could see Jinn when I was younger. To those who don't know what a jinn is, a jinn is basically a demon that most Muslims believe in. When I, a 20-year-old female, was born, my mom would always see a black cat at the end of the hallway leading to my room at 3 a.m. When the cat entered, I would scream out crying, but as soon as my mom would come into the room, she would see that the cat was nowhere to be found. Or sometimes, my mom would find me naked while I was asleep at the age of 5. This happened till I was 7 or 8 years old, I think. Here's one of the stories that I still remember to this day that freaked me out. When I was 5 years old, I went to my aunt's house in Saudi Arabia. It was a new house at the time, so she had a housewarming party just for women. As I was sitting with my mom and my aunt, I turned to my aunt and tell her that some areas in the house that she shouldn't sit there at midnight because there was a robber. That's what I called the djinn at the time. So she was confused and asked me what areas these places are. I told her the room that was painted red beside the washer under the stairs and etc. When I finished talking, my aunt was stunned and horrified since these are the places she felt like something was wrong and she needs to leave as soon as possible. When my aunt finishes talking, we all see that the lights in the neighborhood have gone out, so we all rush to the streets and away from the darkness. As soon as we're all out and I was holding my mother's hand and tugged at it to get a hold of her attention, and when I finally did, I told her that I feel something bad is going to happen to my uncle. Nobody knows this, but my uncle, a 19-year-old male, was on the second floor watching some TV to give the women their space and time. Anyway, as soon as I said those words, my uncle came down running and screaming. As he calmed down, he told us that before the lights shut off, he saw an elderly woman with long jet black hair looking at him. Just as he finished talking, we heard a crash and a little girl screaming. When we turn around, we find that there's a small Toyota truck hit my sister. Then the truck was nowhere to be seen. My mom was pregnant at the time, and after what's happened with my sister, she had a miscarriage. There's some kind of entity that inhabits my family home. So there's something, I think a spirit, that's interacted with me for years in the house where I grew up. I've also seen it once, so I'll recount that first. When I was 12 or 13, I got up early on a weekend and I was doing chores. I had neglected to do it the evening before, and at one point, I turned around and there was a woman standing there in front of me, looking at me, clearly and distinctly. I was startled and just gasped, but she disappeared after a quarter second. She was about my height at the time, maybe a little taller, so around 5'3" maybe. Brown hair, brown-green eyes. She was nude, but had a white towel wrapped around her like she had just stepped out of the shower. Her hair was also wet. I do want to mention that there was plenty of light in the room and that there was no shadows for my mind to turn into a person. Like I said, I was startled, but not freaked out. After a few minutes, I went back to my chores. And not long after, my mom got out of bed and I told her about what I saw. She laughed at first, but got a shocked look on her face when I described the woman. She said that she'd seen this person in a dream just before waking up. We were both weirded out, but nothing really came of it. Later, I connected with this previous incident, like hearing strange sounds in the bathroom at night and feeling a presence in my room. For the sounds in the bathroom, my bedroom is immediately adjacent to it. You can't really enter it without me hearing you walk in. I knew it wasn't a family member and we didn't have pets in the house. I'd hear water running, cabinets and closet doors open and close, shower curtains shifting, that kind of thing. This went on for years, from when we moved in to when I was like 7, so till I was maybe 14 or so. As for the presence in my room, it was something I'd sometimes feel when I was younger, like 9 or 10. I'd feel like something was standing a couple of feet from my bedside. There was nothing to see, of course, and I slept with a lamp on, but I still felt that I knew exactly where it was. I used to think it was an angel since I felt no fear or bad intentions from it, only calm and gentle vibes. That is actually true of all of this. Never felt any malevolence from anything inside the house. All of this stopped by the time I was 14. Not long after, like a couple of years after I saw her. Anyway, I'm not sure what I'm looking for by posting this, just wanted to share. I'd like to talk about it with some people though, and I'd like to hear any speculation about, well, anything that anybody has for her as well. Last week I had a strange experience with a friend. I'm still unsure how I feel about it. To preface this, my friend's dad passed away when she was a teenager. She very much believes in spirits. Before he passed away, her dad made a mirror, which until recently, my friend's aunt had had. My friend and her aunt don't get along, and out of the blue, the aunt offers her the mirror. My friend accepted, but ever since, strange things were happening in her home. Her aunt claims to be a witch, and my friends think that she had done something to the mirror before giving it to her. So last weekend, whilst I was at my friend's house, she asked me if she would mind if she did a cleansing of the mirror with me there. My friend used a smudge stick and did a cleansing, and afterwards asked if I would do a spirituality test with her. She handed me a piece of paper and a pen, asked me to write the first thing that came to my head when she asked questions. She also had a piece of paper and a pen and was doing the same. She spoke out loud and asked her dad about things like, tell us a number between 1 and 10, or tell us a month. Now, I'm neither a believer or a non-believer, but in my head all I could think at this point is statistically we have around a 1 in 10 chance of saying the same number. I really wanted my friend to feel good about what we were doing, but I really doubted the legitimacy of it. My friend told me to ask a question, and for a second I hesitated. I was unsure if she meant for me to ask her dad a question or to ask somebody I knew. The following thoughts went through my head. If I had to ask somebody, who would I ask, and what would I ask? In my head I thought I'd ask my grandmother, and that I'd ask her to name a flower. I asked my friend who I should ask, and she said, anybody. I decided that was going to be me trying to contact her dad. So I asked her dad to tell us a day of the week. As I was saying this, my friend said to me a random word that had popped into her head. It wasn't a day of the week, but she felt that she needed to write it down. At the end of the question, she gave me her piece of paper. Written on it instead of day of the week was the word flower. I had not said anything out loud about who or what I would have asked. There was no possible way my friend would have known, that I thought that. I instantly got goosebumps, and this keeps playing in my mind over a week later. I've always been a very logic-based person, and I can't explain what happened. I think something might have intervened back when my father was sick. Back during the very beginning of the pandemic, around March of 2020, I believe, my entire household caught COVID-19. My sister had very mild symptoms like loss of smell and taste. It's literally the worst thing that she had. I was hit a little bit harder, and I was laid out for about a week. My dad, an elderly diabetic man, however, was hit pretty bad. We tried to keep an eye on him the best we could, constantly asking if he wanted to go to the emergency room. His cough was so bad at times he couldn't breathe, but he always refused, saying that he didn't think it was that bad yet. I found out later that he would often wake up early during those days, unable to breathe, and, that's maybe when we thought it was time to seek help. But when would he find us still asleep? He didn't want to burden us, would just go back to his room. We were still recovering from our own bouts with COVID, but we were well enough to watch over him, but he felt like, we were exhausting ourselves doing that instead of resting. The incident in question happened around the middle of the 3rd week. I was starting to feel well enough that I could sit up and play games for a while without getting nauseating and just dizzy, my body or lungs aching. My dad had started off with similar symptoms to mine, but at this point his cough had worsened to where he had trouble breathing and he had lost a lot of weight. Every day we asked how he was doing, and he'd claimed to be fine in between fits of intense coughing. His constant refusal to go to the hospital kind of had my sister and I resigning to the possibility that one day we'd wake up to discover our father had passed away in his sleep. So I was in my room playing one evening. That's when all of a sudden my power went out. My TV and console turned off, but not my lights. Assuming my sister had unplugged my power, my room was kind of a makeshift one. There was no outlets. So I sort of ran a power cord from her room to mine. I asked her if she had unplugged my power. She claimed to not have. When I left my room to inspect the cable, I heard my TV turn on. Confused, I entered and sat down to resume playing. And just after the game finished, turned off again. Got up to make sure the cables were properly connected, but found them fine. So I disconnected and reconnected them and returned to my room. For some reason, as I was walking to my room, I got the sudden urge to go check on my dad. He had gone to his room early to lay down after eating a bit. Fortunately, I was in gamer mode and just wanted to get back to playing, so I ignored the feeling. The TV turned on, and as soon as I sat down, it turned off. At this point, I was getting aggravated, and as I left to replace the cables, my TV once again turned on as soon as I stepped foot outside my room. I turned to enter, it turned off. I left, it turned on. Called my sister over, and she was as confused as I was. I probably left and entered at least 10 times with the power coming and going. From the start to this point couldn't have been more than 7 minutes. The entire time my feeling to check on my dad kept getting stronger until I decided maybe something was trying to tell me to go check on him. I approached his room, and since everything was off, including his TV, I assumed he was sleeping. Only my father snores very loudly when he sleeps, and I didn't hear him. I entered and he was laying on his bed. Called out to him, got no response. Unusual because my father's always been a light sleeper. I called him again, still no response. My stomach was getting ready to drop when I called him a third time, and I heard him take a deep breath in, and he turned to look at me. He asked me what I asked and what I needed, and I said nothing. I was just checking if you were okay. He said yes, and I went back to my room. I entered and turned the TV and my console on. They stayed on for a few minutes when all of a sudden tears started rolling down my cheeks. I don't know why, but all of a sudden I was overwhelmed with a sense of, relief. But the emotion didn't seem like it was solely my own. I was glad I listened to my instinct to check on my dad because I got the feeling that we could have lost him that night. But I couldn't understand why it overwhelmed me so much. I never told my father about this, but I did speak to my older sister who lives away from us and her husband and their 7 kids. She said that her dad told her that, when he was at his worst from that virus, he had a dream that his father came to see him. My grandfather died before I was born, but all of my father's family has always said I remind them of him. Anyways, my dad said they spoke for a bit, and when he woke up, I was calling him. My sister says our dad believes his father came to take him. She didn't put much stock in his story, but after telling her my story might have affected her or something. She's made much more of an effort to invite our father over to her house to spend time with him and his grandkids. I suppose the reason I never told my dad is for fear that he might read too much into it. He's very devout Catholic. Maybe he would treat me differently. I already got a lot of grief from my sisters who feel my parents favor me as the youngest and the only boy. I don't want him to start acting like my mom, who thinks I'm blessed or something because of something that apparently happened when I was much younger. My mother's family claims to be sensitive to this kind of stuff, and sometimes it's hard to argue with them, but I've never really believed in the supernatural. It's been almost 2 years, and I still think back to this night My brief encounter with an elf. One night many years ago, I think it was between the years 2009 and 2011, I was between 20 and 22 years old. I was on my old computer at night and I was curious to see things about mysteries on the internet. I found a page with themes of magic and magical animals. So there was a phrase for being friends with an elf. I read it out loud and it was in an unknown language and nothing happened at that moment. I didn't give it importance either and it was like 10 p.m. At about 00:00 p.m., I went to sleep. I usually wake up a lot at dawn because I have insomnia. I wake up every hour and a few seconds later I go back to sleep. So, it was 1:30 a.m. I was sleeping. I opened my eyes and I saw how something was pulling up the duvet which I was covering myself with so as not to be cold at night. And something was about 20 centimeters and it was on top of my mattress. Couldn't see it very well since all this happened in half of a second. It was all dark. But there was definitely something very close to my face covering me with the duvet until the neck. Instinctively, I covered myself with the duvet and I started hitting the inside of it to try to get rid of that thing that had scared me. I, and there, super scared, took courage and quickly lowered the duvet to my hips and turned on a small television that I had near my feet in order to light the room. When the TV was on, I looked around the room and saw nothing. Still in a state of panic and said out loud, "I don't want to see anyone else, any elves or goblins." Since that night, nothing has appeared in my room. 2 years later, I hear that my brother, who slept in a nearby room, told me that he saw out of the corner of his eye an elf, small and dark, was running from his closed door to the also closed window. He also said that this happened in a split second. All of this happened around 2 or 3 a.m. I asked him when it happened and I did the math and I think it was the same day and night that I kicked that poor elf out of my room to never see him again. From the looks of it, elves can walk through doors and windows. My aunt house and the strange thing that happened. My aunt lives in a 2-story Tudor-style house that used to be a restaurant. The upstairs was always a living quarters. It was built in the 80s and it's in the Appalachian Mountains. Here is a chronicle of what's happened so far, in as best of an order that I can provide. When I was a kid, I used to see a witch sitting in a rocking chair that they have. She was a haggard old woman in black with a shawl covering her head. Think Baby Yoda, not Broomhilda. The attic accesses. You know the kind with the fold-down stairs? They started flying open and rattling after 10 years of being quiet and shut. Marbles from inside cabinets would appear and roll across the floor when only my aunt and uncle were home. Opaque black humanoid shadows would crawl across the floors and walls. When I was 13, I was piddling around waiting for the adults to be ready to go. I saw the broken clock on the wall that had been hanging in my aunt's home forever. Decided to mess with it and turn the time to noon. We all left the house and the clock that had been broken for years returned to its original time. I was the last to leave the house and the first to return upstairs when we were done going out. I was laying upstairs in the living room when I heard somebody walking down to the doorway of the adjacent bedroom. I opened my eyes to see my cousin's mom peering out from around the doorframe at me, smile, then go back into the room. A few minutes later, I heard walking upstairs. They creak so loud it's impossible to avoid hearing somebody else use them. She walks into the living room to drink coffee. I didn't hear her walk downstairs or see her leave the bedroom. I was facing the hallway that she would need to use to exit, go down, get coffee, and come back up. I still don't know who or what was looking at me. I was sitting in an old restaurant on a computer around midnight when from a bottom shelf, 3 industrial-sized mixing bowls flew across the room at me. I watched closely to see who did it. No one ran by, but I heard the stairs creak as if something was going up. There's no way to get to the bowls to the stairs without being seen for a moment. Ran up to the top of the stairs to go into the apartment with the adults to find the door was dead-bolted shut and all the kids were locked downstairs. We were teenagers. The apartment has complete access to walk inside the outer walls via 2 to 4 foot doors. They were scattered about the rooms. We were playing hide and seek once and hid in the walls. My aunt jerked me out with my arm, yelling not to. After I apologized, I asked why she refused to say, which is unlike her. She never leaves a kid without an explanation. There's an abandoned service station across the street from the house. We went exploring because in all of our years of the property, we had never really seen anybody kind of tend to it when an old car comes flying down the mountain. We usually run and a man gets put wearing nothing but underwear. What does that mean? He waves at us unblinking and smiles creepily. Never saw him again. Other details about this area. All business for about a 2-mile stretch on this road was abandoned in the 80s or 90s. It was once a major highway entrance to the area, and it's not any less convenient than others, and it's rarely used. This includes about 6 businesses that you rarely, if ever, see anybody at or attending. It's built on a limestone mountain and has a small pond fed by an underground spring. It also feeds the rest of the ponds for a few farms in the area. From what we learned, both running water and limestone can attract hold onto activity. I once found an article about a hotel on the property. Had a few deaths. It's since impossible to find. There's a church behind the house on a trail, and it's an old Baptist congregation that still handles snakes, and you can hear them hollering every service. I apologize for my computer breaking and all of my stuff not working, so you're hearing a unedited audio. And I hope you guys holler back. See ya. Ghost child in a lighthouse held my wife's hand. I live in a small town on Lake Superior. I've known of several supposedly haunted lighthouses around the area, but I'm unaware of any activity in the lighthouse in the city that I live in. So I was pleasantly surprised when I heard that they were offering paranormal tours of the lighthouse. I really didn't expect much to happen, but I decided that it might be fun for my wife and I to go. The first time we went was a pretty wild ride. That story is for another time, but our crew got several intelligent responses via EVP recordings. But the second time was pretty neat. Long story short, it's believed that the spirit of a child resides at the lighthouse. There was a group of 6 of us, and we were all in the basement. One of the investigators leading the tour was trying to contact the child's spirit. A fellow tour goer had eagerly volunteered to lug around the SLS camera for the past hour and a half. I tried to carry around the box where spirits could pick out words, but right when I grabbed it, it said wrong. That was a huge nope for me. The tour was coming to a close without him noticing anything on the camera at all. I was standing across the room from the man with the SLS camera when I noticed that the hair on my arms was standing on end and my skin was tingling. I went to say something to my wife, but before I could, she grabbed me, told me her opposite hand had gone ice cold. Seconds after, the guy across the room with the SLS camera called me to come over. Walked over to find out that there was a small stick figure that appeared to be holding my wife's hand. The hand that she had said was freezing. It wasn't like a flash. Then it was kind of gone. Stayed for several minutes. My wife would move over and it would show up again. My old house was definitely haunted. Story number 1. I remember sitting on my bed, either watching Netflix or playing something on my PS4. Can't remember exactly. But I heard outside my window was cow noises. Well, I can actually relate to that. Like really close to my window. I was getting freaked out and I texted my cousin about it. She asked if there was a cow near my home. I told her, yeah, but not that close where I can hear them. She just told me that maybe one of them got out. But it also didn't really sound like a cow, if that makes any sense. It sounded like a woman in stress as well, mixed in with a cow. I don't know, it just kind of freaked me out, and my room is a whole story itself. My 3 ex-uncle literally died in my room, and the bed frame he died on was given to me for a while, but I kind of ended up giving it to my sister. And speaking of my room, it was the hottest room in the whole house. On certain days, you could open windows and still somewhat be hot. I don't know if that accounts to anything paranormal. I know something being cold does, I think. Just thought I should mention it. Speaking of my sister, here's story number 2. I remember being in my sister's room, scrolling through Musically. When suddenly in the corner of my eye, I see something in the doorway. It wasn't just standing there, it was crawling on the floor. It looked like a woman. She had grayish skin, long black hair, and she was bent over like spider style, if that makes any sense. She was wearing a long white dress. As soon as I seen that, I literally started crying. I jumped up out of the bed and slammed the door shut. I jumped back on the bed and hid underneath the covers. Story number 3. I remember being in the kitchen with my sister. We were jumping around, acting like idiots, when suddenly we both heard something outside the window. It sounded like a chainsaw going off. I peeked out. Nobody was there. But it was close to the window, like really close. Me and my sister just ran toward my room and locked the door. Story number 4. I was in my room, sitting down on my bed, about to go to sleep. I opened my eyes a little bit and seen something in the corner of my room. It was a man in a hat. I immediately turned on my little lamp beside my bed. When I turned on that light, it wasn't there anymore. I was so freaked out I didn't go to sleep, though. I just recently looked up Man in a Hat, Paranormal. Turns out it has something related to childhood trauma. Explains a lot. Story number 5. Every single time I'd go into my kitchen and get something from the fridge, I would feel like I'm being watched. I always felt that in my house, but whenever I get something to eat or drink, it would feel stronger. I don't know how to explain it, but it just felt off. Speaking of that, I remember getting something to drink and it was on the top shelf, and the way that my fridge was made, I could kind of climb up to it. There was a little room to kind of put my feet on, and as soon as I was about to get it, I felt something touch my shoulder and thought it was my dad or mom, but whenever I looked, nobody would be there. I just climbed down and ran to the living room. Paranormal experience or crazy coincidence? This experience happened about 4 or 5 years ago. I was 18 or 19 at the time. I've always wondered about it. I was on vacation with my family, brother, cousins, aunts, uncles, etc. We're standing in a beach cottage for a week. My brother, cousin, and I all slept in the same room. As the youngest family member, I picked the short straw, slept on the cot while my brother and cousin slept in the 2 beds that our room provided. One night I was sleeping in my cot when all of a sudden I felt this hand on my chest start to pull me off my cot onto the floor. It scared the shit out of me. For whatever reason, when I woke up, I called to my cousin, who to my surprise was already awake. When I told him what had happened to me, he said that seconds before I called to him, he had a dream of a dark figure crawling on the ceiling and staring down on me. After he woke up from this, he says that no more than 30 seconds go by before I called to him. And this completely freaked us out, and we ended up sleeping downstairs on the couch. Normally, I would chalk this up to sleep paralysis, but the fact that my cousin and I both had related experiences makes me question if this was paranormal in nature. We've also experienced lights moving around the room in years prior, but I always thought it was some illusion of the window shades or something that maybe has just freaked us out before too. What did I see? In the summer of 2016, I attended a graduation party in my hometown. At around 10 p.m., I decided to say my goodbyes and head down the mountain by myself. As I reached the summit of the mountain, my headlights illuminate a horrific scene to my right. A wrecked red sedan with the front window shattered and a man laying in front of the car. I steered quickly out of the way, since my head was nearly on the white line of my lane. A few feet away from the scene, I pulled off into the truck lane, put my hazards on, and stared in shock in my rearview mirror. A few seconds later, I see car lights coming my way. Slowing down at the scene, I try to wave them down, but it's dark and secluded, and I'm in shock. It was unsuccessful. They slowed down, looked at the scene, and hit the gas full speed down the mountain. After they passed me, my anxiety kicked in, and I too fled the scene at full speed. I called my boyfriend at the time and didn't tell him what I saw. I needed to distract myself. About 8 minutes later, when I arrive home, I wake up my parents and waste no time getting everyone into the car to drive me up to the summit. In the meantime, we call the police. I didn't do this earlier because I was fresh out of high school and I didn't know if I would have to stay at the scene, if I would be questioned maybe and in trouble for being out so late and so young. I just panicked. By the time my parents and I make it back to the summit, there's nothing there. I was less than 20 minutes. I got out in shock, looked for broken glass from the windshield and any other signs that somebody had been hurt there. Nothing. Now I'm freaking out because I look as if I'm hallucinating all of this. My parents called the police again and we left the emergency services as they were arriving. Talked to a few people from my hometown and they told me that they wouldn't be surprised if I saw something paranormal because of all of the accidents that have happened there. I personally know a few people who have died driving on that road. The only other explanation I can think of was that it was like an elaborate staged accident to lure someone out of their car. But the windshield was broken. His head was by the white line. If he wasn't dead already, he was placing himself in serious danger. The airbags were depleted, and the car was smashed by a telephone pole. How could someone stage that and be gone less than 20 minutes? Even if the wreck did just happen, how would that man have been able to walk away from the scene and not leave his car or other evidence behind? The Haunted Toys R Us. So I grew up in Sunnyvale, California in the early 2000s. I loved going to our city's Toys R Us as a kid. However, there were always rumors about it being haunted. I remember some kids at my elementary school telling stories about how boxes would inexplicably be pushed off shelves by a ghost in the store. I always thought it was just kids telling stories to try to scare each other, and I never really thought much of it. Just considered it as an urban legend since nothing paranormal had ever happened to me in that store. But when I was about 13 years old, I had a strange experience in that Toys R Us that made me change my mind about the whole legend behind a hoax. On the day in question, my family was going to Toys R Us because my little brother wanted to buy something. My best friend and I decided to go too because we'd been to that store in years, really. While we were waiting for my little brother to find the toy he wanted, my friend and I were exploring through all the aisles in the store, messing around and having fun with toys. Finally, we reached the back of the store. By this time, we were bored and looking at toys, so we just stood in an aisle and talked. Eventually, the topic of the store being haunted was brought up, and while we were talking about it, a box suddenly flew off the shelf behind my friend, almost hitting her on the back of the head. This was pretty freaky, especially since we had just been talking about the supposed Toys R Us haunting. We weren't too scared at this point, though, since this could easily be explained by the box not being placed on the shelf very well and falling off due to gravity. Although, I did remember seeing the box before it fell off the shelf, and I remembered it looking like it was pretty stable. But we just brushed this off and continued talking. However, a few moments later, the lights that were hanging from the ceiling above us began violently shaking back and forth. My friend and I stared at the ceiling, frozen in shock. After a few seconds, the light stopped shaking, and we both stared at each other like, what just happened? Started to feel more uneasy, but the incident with the lights could also be explained by something normal. The area where we were had a second floor above it, which I think was the staff area. So I tried to tell myself that someone must have been doing something on the floor above us that caused the lights to shake by accident. In any case, my friend and I moved to the next aisle over just in case the lights might fall on us. The aisle we were in now had a lot of stuffed animal toys in it. Both of us were just standing there talking about things that had just happened to us when a toy monkey on a shelf next to us began moving all on its own and making a creepy laughing sound. We both stared at it in disbelief. Then we stared at each other and started screaming. We sprinted out of the store as fast as we could. Once we got outside, we couldn't just leave because we had to wait for my brother to finish buying his toy. We waited in the parking lot, tried to rationalize what had just happened. We talked about it and decided that the monkey toy could have been one of those motion-activated toys. So we must have set the toy's motion sensor off somehow, but we didn't know this for sure. So my friend and I somehow worked up the courage to go back into the store and inspect the monkey toy to see if it was really motion-activated. We carefully studied the toy and read its package, but there was nothing that mentioned it was motion-activated. The only way you can make the monkey move and talk was if you pressed a button on its body. There was no way we could have pressed the button by accident. And when we realized it truly went off all by itself, we started screaming all over again and ran out of the store for the last time. A desperate and very hard to believe plea. Obvious throwaway account. I'd like to preface this by saying while I sincerely respect everybody's opinion and to give me advice in any form is appreciated, if you're unwilling to suspend your disbelief and would rather suggest I have a mental illness and to seek help, thank you. But I don't need your comment. I personally sought out being hospitalized and evaluated and was told I didn't have one. I did immediately take that path to address this when it first began. I can infrequently and at random hear very short snippets of other people's thoughts. Yes, I do not have a mental illness. This has been going on for about 2.5, 3 years, and at first, for quite a while, I ignored it. Like I was in denial and doused myself in skepticism. I was worried for my brain. At this time, as it passed and it continued, gave up on that. I had and will always have that little skeptic that's telling me it's not real, by the way. What I hear are one-word thoughts or very short sentences, completely at random, very sporadically coming from people in my vicinity. It's not a crazy, wild, powerful superpower. It's never going to be helpful to swindle millions or win big. It's literally just completely random, useless, mundane shit. I probably hear like a foreign thought once or two or maybe less times a week. It's so unpredictably random and infrequent that to study it or experiment or try to solidly prove it, it'd be kind of like catching lightning in a bottle. Why I'm here and what I'm asking for. I did my best to Google forums and websites, scour through Facebook groups, and have never heard of another person experiencing this. So I thought I should come to Reddit and speak openly about it, safely from a throwaway, in the hopes that somewhere a commenter's friend or a friend of a great aunt or of a nephew, somebody has this issue, anyone. There's obviously many, many stories and legends about this kind of thing. It has to have been going on for centuries, maybe since the birth of man. It's too prevalent a paranormal subject for there to be no basis for it. There's no fucking way I'm the only person on Earth that can do this. Slightly confused as the narrator if you said you couldn't find anything on it and then talk about how it's renowned. House is haunted, or I'm going insane. It started about a week ago. For some background, I live in a 1920s home. I live with 2 other people who are currently out of town, and if it's relevant, the house flooded a couple of weeks ago. There's black mold, but very sparse. Also, the back door doesn't lock, so it could be someone coming in also. There's a kind of an attic which I don't have access to, which is also supposedly flooded after the maintenance man came to have a look after the flooding of the house. A few weird things have been happening. For example, today I wake up in the morning to go to the bathroom, and keep in mind, again, my roommates are out of town. I find a pot plant on the top shelf that's been knocked over. Keep in mind that I do own a kitten, but she can't even push down a 250-gram container. She's only 5 weeks old and can't jump on the bed without help. The toilet seat is also up, which as a female, I would never ever do that. I work from home most days. Go into the kitchen for a drink and the microwave door's wide open and not closed. I don't use the microwave at all. A few other things that have been happening as well. I'm quite particular about how I position my soaps in the shower. I've been noticing for the past week, but they haven't been in the spot I left them in. Thought I was going insane, so I started taking photos before and after my shower to confirm where I've left them. They're definitely moving. Not to mention that there's a brown boot mark on the whole tile when, again, I don't leave the house nor am I that size shoe. I've checked with all my shoes, none of them match. I like to order Subway, bit of a Subway fiend. I order a foot long, but kind of half it to eat later. Popped that in the fridge, never got around to eating it, and as I had kind of had a few work events that I had to attend in person, which is very rare, the Subway I noticed is also gone today. No one's been home, so I'm confused who ate it. Also, to even make me sound even crazier, ran out of makeup remover, and the other day I go to reach for a cleanser. I don't really like it, so I got it kind of as a free gift from a pharmacy, and I noticed that it's literally been duplicated. I now own 2 of these very specific cleansers that looked exactly the same. I never went out of my way to purchase this product, considering that I don't even like it. Why would I buy it again? I don't even use cleanser on a regular, but usually just... Oh no, I don't know what this word means. Micellar water? Micellar water? Micellar water. One of those. Help. An old memory from a weird experience as a child. When I was a 12-year-old child, I had this weird experience that I could never properly explain. It was a summer night. I live in a tropical country, so it was a particularly hot day. Played the entire day inside, as a kid should, and then at night went to sleep. All lights were out and the air conditioning was on in full potency. An old and loud machine, probably as old as me. I was looking at the dark ceiling, kind of waiting for the need to sleep to come, and at that moment I noticed something. There was a dark spot on the ceiling that was even darker than the rest of the room, and to my surprise, it started to move. Went to the walls, then the floor, then walls again. Just as my eyes kept following it, then it stopped and accelerated again, directly to the ceiling portion right above me. I was paralyzed, probably because the usual fear that a kid would feel. And there I stayed for a few moments. I cannot say for certain if it was a few seconds or minutes that had passed, but definitely felt like a long time. My eyes fixed on the dark spot. I felt that it fixed without eyes towards me. Suddenly it jumped, not to the walls of the floor, but to me. And for a brief moment, I could see the shape of a mouth, in a motion as if to bite my face. That exact moment, the loud air conditioning turned off. I screamed, waited in panic for my parents to come to the rescue. I was on the same bed, too shaken to move. My parents entered my room to see if everything was okay, and, well, I was okay, but scared, but okay. I was more calm after I talked to them. Apparently, the electric power of the entire house went off. Nothing else happened. I even actually slept at some point after that. My first paranormal experience. Back when I was a small child, I lived in this 2-story home in a small town in California. It's up these hills in the orange groves. The way the house was set up is that there's a kitchen and a living room on the bottom floor, and there were stairs on the back wall that led up to one huge bedroom with a bathroom. The room was shaped kind of like an L, so I had my own bed next to the bathroom door, and my parents were on the other side. One night I had my cousin over for a sleepover. It was pretty dark in the room, the bathroom light was on and just a little cracked open giving us some light. My parents were asleep, and my cousin and I were laying in bed talking when all of a sudden we saw this completely black shadow figure walking by the bathroom door. I vividly remember what it looked like. He looked to be a man, and he was really hunched over and for some reason had his hands out in front of him. He had these long fingers pointing down. My cousin and I both grabbed the covers and hid as long as we could. We whispered to each other that we thought something had broken in. We were terrified, didn't know what to do. We listened under the covers for a while, and it was nothing but dead silence. We hid until we managed to fall asleep. By the morning, we had woken up, told my parents everything, and somebody had broken in. Of course, my mom didn't believe us and said we were imagining it all. My dad, on the other hand, I'm not sure what he was thinking because he had multiple paranormal experiences in this home. And that we later found out about because he didn't want to scare us at that time living there, but that's a whole other story though. Fast forward a few years later, we moved to another home the next town over. Here I had my own bedroom. I was scared of the dark, so my mom would always leave the hallway light on for me with the door wide open, and it would light up the whole wall where my closet is. One night while laying in bed, once again, I saw the same exact shadow figure I'd seen. This time he was in the light. My heart stopped. He was this black fog that I can completely see through. Couldn't make out any face shape or features, and he was once again hunched over with his hands out in front of him. Long fingers just walking slow and casually. I was terrified, and I cried myself to sleep that night underneath my covers. This was the last time I'd seen him. Possible ghost or clown sighting. That's a new one. Get ready for clowns. So a couple of years ago I lived in another city, and this particular period I was actually staying at a friend's dorm room. My friend's girlfriend had a dog, and one night she asked me if I could walk it. So I did. It was the perfect possibility for me considering I had pre-rolled and, well, really wanted to smoke, but I didn't want to upset the dorm neighbors. This dorm is located near a lot of factories and a few houses. It's basically surrounded by big fenced factory and industrial buildings. So I was walking and smoking. I went down this side road not too far away from the dorm, but then I went back to the main road given the whole vibe was just creepy. There really wasn't anybody around, but I was a little paranoid maybe. When I came back to the main road, suddenly I feel like somebody's behind me, but not right behind me. However, I did feel a presence, so I turned around to look. Upon looking right away, I see somebody at the corner I'd just passed when coming back down the main road. Look away again because I don't want to be rude and stare. However, this is also when I think about what I saw. Something was just off. I could only see the silhouette of a person, given that it was dark and it was right underneath the big road light. When I reviewed inside my head about what I just saw, it appeared this person was hovering with their arms slanted. And the silhouette of their hair looked like an afro. It was giant. So I look back. This is maybe 5 seconds since I turned around and the person is gone. So I almost shit myself, given that I was high. I called my friends and told them that I saw a ghost. They didn't really believe me and told me that maybe somebody was trying to freak me out. The thing is, I used to go to rehab and I met a lot of great but troubled people at that rehab. I once met a guy who was only there for a few weeks, but I was connected with him so much. He was a very passionate dude with a lot of love for life and spirituality, but he was a shattered person, and sadly, he hung himself. He hung himself at his home. This would be about 100 meters from where I saw this person, but my friend never had an afro. So I really thought about that. Maybe his head was just disfigured. I obviously started Googling all sorts of stuff about this particular area. Then I found another scary thing. There had been only 2 clown sightings ever in the city I live in. And one was a couple of years ago in a parking lot, maybe 1 kilometer from where I saw this person. So yeah, either way, ghost or clown, I'll never forget that day. I personally have shifted in believing that it was somebody pretending to be a clown and scaring me. This is just really scary to me, given that I was all alone where I was at, and, well, the way they were standing really did look like they were floating. I don't know, you guys, I just really wanted to share this because it's a little creepy, and my actual question to y'all regarding this story is whether or not y'all think it's just a clown, or maybe it's actually my friend. Could there be another explanation for the afro? Could it maybe be a disfigured head? I'm not an expert and all, but I'm going to try to rule out the fact that my friend showed himself to me. I'm wondering what clowns have to do with the paranormal. If anybody listening right now has any additional connection between clowns and the paranormal, please enlighten me, because that's a first. Has any of you seen a black shadow figure that looks like a man? Ever since I can remember, I've been having nightmares with a black shadow man who, whenever they come closer to me in those nightmares, says to me, "You're mine, you can't escape. I'll always find you. I'll get you, you'll see. You'll never escape. I'm always here." Things along those lines. I was like 14 to 19 back then. It's gotten to the point where I kind of learned how to wake myself up whenever I'm having nightmares. I see this black shadow figure that could be or not be that shadow man. I start screaming inside my nightmare, "Wake up, get up, wake up, please wake up." And then people who's been in the bed with me and stuff, and they tell me that I start murmuring until I end up screaming. I wake up as if I've been running a marathon and with bradycardia. Fast heart palpitations. And it takes me around 5 to 10 minutes to calm down and understand the fact that I'm not in my head anymore, but in real life. Last time I dreamed with it, I was in total darkness. Felt like I fell onto a bed, and to my right there was a window. A strange silhouette with a strange figure, and I stupidly become curious of what it was. I came closer to the window, and when I realized it, the face of it was right in front of me. It seemed human, but with black irises, no hair, the skin was black, pitch black, like space black. But it was so black it seemed like it was a void, like it had no skin at all. But you could still see a bit of texture. Then he asked, or more like motioned me to follow him through a door, which I effing didn't, because in that precise moment my girlfriend woke me up because I was talking, saying, wake up now, right this moment." Couldn't breathe, and my heart was beating so fast my whole chest hurt for so long. 2 ex-boyfriends had encounters with a black mass in our room that was near me. X. A talked yo in his sleep, and according to XA, the thing told him it wanted to talk to me and be with me, to which he responded, "No. We're Christians," so he reprimanded and vanished it into the name of Jesus and demanded it to leave. After a couple of hours, X.A. fell asleep on the couch. Sleepily got up and said things like, "Who are you? What do you want? Why her?" "No, she will not. I asked you to leave. You will not talk to her. Stop now and go. What's your name?" Apparently the thing said its name and he just replied, "Oh." Then he snapped out of it and didn't remember at all what he said or what happened. I did because I was in the kitchen making dinner, petrified. I didn't move, not even a millimeter, because I was so afraid. I didn't want to see anything. Then while eating, he randomly said, "Do you know anybody named the thing, said?" And I said, "No, I don't. And I was 20 years old back then." Then at 21, ex-boyfriend and I were sleeping in his house. It was something around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. and he got up to have sex, and when he came onto me, I saw a face that made me push away and scream. Went under the blankets scared as fuck, and I heard him say, "What the fuck? Who are you? What do you want? How did you enter this place?" Dudes, when I tell you my soul left my body, I'm not joking at all. XB came to the bed next to me and he started looking at me like he wanted to kill me. I thought that it possessed him, for fuck's sake. Then he looks behind me and says, "I want you out now." I felt a sudden urge to leave, to run and go home with my mom. I felt unprotected and terribly vulnerable. I was only wearing a pair of panties and I ran to the door of his house and stayed there in sudden realization I was naked, basically. XB came after me with the shirt and my bra and said, "We're getting out of here, okay? Let's get in the car and let's head to your house or just drive around." We walked back to his room and my body didn't enter, couldn't move past the door. I heard a voice in my head that said, "Do not enter. You cannot enter." And XB noticed and looked inside the room and saw that black mass figure on my side of the bed and he said, "Fuck it. Use my shorts, let's get going." We were half naked driving around the city until it was 7 a.m. and the sun was visible. We came back to his house and it felt different. Light even, and we slept and that was it. Never saw it again. Fast forward to 27, present time. I moved out of my country and in the past 3 years I've never seen it again. Never heard anybody said anything that they've seen it or felt it when it was around me. But very rarely I have nightmares with it just standing there. Far from me, just there. It hasn't said anything of the sort like he used to say when I was a teenager. My long-term boyfriend's woken up once or twice a month saying I'm murmuring. He knows he has to wake me up when he sort of hears me, and it's a rule I've imposed to everybody who ever sleeps with me. Now, my younger 26 brother has been having nightmares with a black shadow man chasing him down. He's woken my mom up several times at night screaming. Some sort of presence I had years ago. It happened 6 years ago, and I still think about it to this day that something was bothering me at this house. The story was that I'd sometimes sleep over at my wife's house, who was my girlfriend at the time. She was with her family, and they had recently moved in, like 1 or 2 years. The first occurrence was when I was sleeping in the living room. They were just done watching movies. She would go sleep upstairs in her room, and I would be sleeping in the living room. It was probably late around midnight, and as I was laying down with my eyes closed, I felt some sort of presence at a distance behind me. It felt like somebody was there walking around, and I thought, oh, it's probably her. And shortly after, she, in quotes, called out my name. I began to turn around and about to answer her call out, and to my surprise, there was absolutely nobody. It gave me quite the goosebump that I immediately texted her about it. And so she told me her little brother, to accompany her downstairs and sleep on the other sofa. We did talk about whether the rest of her family felt some sort of presence, and at the time, nothing happened, so far so good. It was just me. The second time around, when I slept over, her parents were on a business trip. I got to sleep in her room. We were cuddling to sleep, and she was fast asleep, basically. I was still trying to, as I kind of have a hard time sleeping. I think I'm sensitive and sensing what's about to happen, if you know what I mean. Not sure if that's a thing, but anyway. That night, I felt some presence again in the room. Presence. Kind of similar at a living room, but a bit more intense. This time, my heart was pounding, and I began to feel 2 sets of hands at the bottom of the blanket. Slowly climbing up on its way to me. The feeling truly intensified. I feel some sort of face, or rather the head of this thing against me. This presence was so close, then it did something. It was probably trying to shout or something, and I don't know, but it felt like it opened its mouth to suck the life out of me or my energy. I wasn't sure, but when it did that, my body went paralyzed. I guess you can say it's the night terror, and I can't speak, but the only thing I could do was to breathe as fast and loud as I can to wake my girlfriend up so that way she could move or nudge my body in order for me to regain back control. I was wondering till now, what exactly were I dealing with? I felt like this thing targets only just me. Just a bit of a backstory with the paranormal experiences, or God knows what. This sort of sensing, in quotes, what's about to happen, kind of started when I was a kid. Sleeping in my parents' bedroom and the same thing at night. Not exactly the same thing that happened, but everybody was sleeping at the time. I swear I heard the door opened, and something went in. From what I remembered, it was probably roaming inside the room, so as curious as a kid would get, I decided to turn around and open my eyes and check it out. I saw a shadowy figure. It was dark, so I couldn't make out the shape of it, but when it noticed that I saw its presence, this thing waved or did something to me. Immediately, I was paralyzed. Wasn't even asleep, and since then, I started to experience frequent sleep paralysis. Even if I just close my eyes for just a little while. Classical music in basically empty bunker. So I work in a large bunker complex from World War II. I stayed for the night shift the other day. I'm an editor, so I had headphones on most of the time. Every now and then, though, I thought I heard some music from somewhere, but I brushed it off as me just being tired. At around 1 a.m., I went for a smoke in the area that basically only me and my bosses can access. It's an old stairwell used to transport heavy cargo that doesn't fit in any elevator. As I approached the door, I once again heard music, but this time clear as day. As I opened the door, it got really, really loud, like as if somebody was sitting with a violin at the bottom of a stairwell. I work on the 4th floor. No other floor has direct access to the stairwell except the very bottom. Needless to say, I was weirded out, but thought, maybe some composer uses their free time and practices here. Yeah, I know that kind of is a stupid assumption, but the only explanation I had in the moment. The semi-social person I am, I went down to see who was playing and say hello, since the music was actually kind of beautiful. It reminded me a bit of the classical Bioshock music and was, as far as I can tell, played by one single person on one violin. However, after I stepped down like 4 or 5 steps, the music abruptly stopped. Not in the way that you stop a recording, like I could actually hear clattering and kind of sounds from handling a stringed instrument. I went down all the way and looked for any open doors or some way for this person to have gotten in here. However, there was nothing, no one in sight that would suggest someone just played music there. So, kind of disappointed, I just went all the way back up. Bunker's floors are about double a normal height, so I had to walk up around 6 floors, but just as I stepped back into our hallway, the music started again. So I went back down again. Surely enough, there was no one there. At that point, my confusion turned into being kind of creeped out. I double-checked if every door was locked, which they were, and if the elevator, which had been out of service for a while, worked again, but maybe that's how they got there, but no, it was still stuck below ground floor as it had for almost a year. So I thought, okay, every door's locked, and the only way in here is to have a key through one of the doors on each floor. 5 floors total. So I went back up and waited, since I was sure to hear somebody unlock a door and step into the stairwell. Nope. I reached the top, and at eerily that precise moment I heard weird violin sounds first, like someone mildly plucking the strings. Then the music set in again, and it was loud, like really loud. So I went down again, only to find nothing again, and at that point I was actually wondering if I was just too exhausted and starting to hallucinate or something. That's how I explained the music to me for the rest of the night. It was only the next morning that my stupid brain realized that, I recorded the music the first time I heard it loudly. So there's no chance of this just being in my head. Premonition before my mother passed. My mother was very sick for several years before she passed. She contracted mononucleosis at 50, and when this is contracted as an adult, it can cause a complication of organ failure. She needed a liver transplant and was also having issues with low kidney function due to the illness. She had been in the hospital the entire month before she passed. She seemed like she was getting better, enough to survive a transplant. She was transferred to the hospital to get her ready for the transplant, but contracted COVID and took a turn for the worst. Now for the premonition part. She had been transferred to a hospital that was like a 2.5-hour drive, so I could no longer visit her every day like I had been. I was planning on visiting her the following Saturday, but on a Wednesday before, I just had a feeling that I had to take the next day off to go see her because, she might not make it until Saturday. I sent a message to my boss and put in a request for the next day. Thursday. I requested it off. That same night around midnight, I got a call from my stepdad. He spoke with the hospital and, didn't think that she would make it. Her lungs were failing. They had to put her on a ventilator. There was also a blood clot that cut off the blood to her colon and intestines. We had to get there. I called my brother and we drove there and got there around 2 or 3 a.m. She couldn't open her eyes or speak, but could nod her head yes and no. She could still hear us, and we got to say goodbye and how much we loved her before she lost consciousness. She passed that Friday afternoon, and she didn't make it to Saturday. The second part is more like what I would consider to be a real premonition, not just a bad feeling. This is from my brother. He said I could share it. He had a dream where we were at our grandma's house. There was a bunch of brush at the end of the driveway, which is not in real life, but there was a deer out there. My grandpa, who just passed a little over a year prior, gave my brother a chainsaw to clear the brush and told him to take care of the deer. We all had to agree at the hospital to have them turn the machines off. Her intestines were deteriorating and she needed surgery, but she would never survive. She couldn't get to the surgery and she couldn't live if she didn't get the surgery. We were able to ask my mother multiple times beforehand if she wanted everything off, and she vehemently nodded her head yes. It was in her living will that she didn't want a ventilator. Right after the funeral, we went to my grandma's house. At the end of the driveway was a doe. I walked out, got just 10 feet from it, and got a few pictures. Wasn't afraid of me, and when I looked at it, it felt like it was my mom checking in on us. A family of ghosts might live in my house, and I'm looking for advice and just want to talk about it. So I moved about 2 years ago to a new city. Ever since I moved in, I felt entire rooms go cold in minutes. I felt shivers nobody else in the family has felt. I had to make all new friends, and one of them is related to an experienced medium. She's also very well versed in ghosts. I know many people don't believe in Ouija boards, and I do take them with a grain of salt. As a joke, one day I decided to mess around with one alone when I felt the shiver. I laughed off the fact I had contacted a 10-year-old girl named Manoa. Called up my friend to talk about it. Mind you, I do have some strange experiences in my house, like the doors in the bathroom opening on their own or the sink turning on by itself. So I did think there was something going on in my house. My friend recommended I try the candle mythos. You light a candle and ask yes or no questions. So I tried it in a room with no draft and closed vents. I'd ask a question, and if the answer was yes, the flame would rapidly pop up and down, shake around to the point where it was coming out of the jar the candle was in. And the Manoa I had contacted was supposedly communicating with me. To make a longer story shorter, I found out there are multiple, 5 that I know of, ghosts in my house, all related to each other from what I've gathered. Today I thought I'd see if I could find anything on Ancestry. I found some records with exact names. Now their names are common: Nadine, Owen, Alexander, Opal, and Manoa. I kind of freaked because I thought I was nuts until I saw the names connected with info I'd previously gathered. The friend of mine told me that they might connect more with me since I do enjoy older music and movies and other media, and they might find it comforting. Some people think it's bullshit, but I honestly believe it. And I'm kind of looking for advice on how to coexist and help make the ghosts more comfortable. Another small thing before I end the post is I did do an EVP session with Manoa, and in the recording, I swear I heard her say her name. Got a few other friends to listen to it to see if they heard anything without telling them, and they heard variations like Manora or Moa, but it's generally the same as Manoa. We're hearing voices at night. Any help is appreciated. Friend's dad died just after New Year. 10 days ago, he called me and asked me if he could stay with me for a while. My family refused on account of the religious restrictions, but they allowed it when I offered to stay with him, and I did. The first night, nothing happened as we talked well into the night. The second night, I woke up to my mother calling me. It took a while for my reason to sort of catch up, but I went to sleep thinking it was in my dream. But it happened again the next night. I sat up straight and waited. Nothing. I asked my friend the next morning, and he confessed that he's been sort of happening to him ever since his father died. He'd been hearing his mother calling him only to find her asleep. He told his mother about it. She dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. Fortunately, one of his cousins who was at this house last month backed him by saying that, well, she heard her husband calling her at night for the 3 nights he stayed. She pointed that out, that the voice seems to be coming from right outside the rooms they were sleeping in. thing is, this sort of thing had happened to me once years ago. I woke up in the dead of the night to my father's voice calling me, only to have my father call me out from my parents' bedroom. That was when my mother warned me to not answer immediately, but to wait to be called again. Apparently, this was because the voice, in quotes, always calls when we're about half awake, enough to act but not enough to question. I called my family and told them about the issue, and they told me to return home pronto. But my friend had the "please don't leave me" look on his face, so I'm staying. I was told of precautions but not solutions. I want to help him, but I don't know what to do. Haunted childhood home. Growing up in my parents' home, I've always had multiple experiences with spirits. So is my entire family. Their house is an old Sears kit home built in 1932. My family moved in 1992 or 93, can't remember exactly. I was 2 or 3. Ever since moving in, we've had strange encounters. First one I remember is waking up in the middle of the night to go into the kitchen for a glass of water. And there was a see-through figure near the window by the stove. I tried rubbing my eyes to get adjusted in the dark, but the figure was still there, just staring out the window. I ran back to my room, hid underneath the covers till morning. After waking up, I told my mom and brother what happened, and my brother stated he saw the same thing during the night. It terrified us. Ever since that encounter, I've become infatuated with ghosts. My brother, sister, and I would sometimes sleep in my parents' bed. I would wake up during the night and I'd have a bad feeling, almost of dread. Then I would see him standing at the end of the bed watching me. He was tall, pale, had brown eyes and shaggy brown hair. Saw the same man on multiple occasions, but only in my parents' room at night. He would never say anything, just stare at me. The thing is, my mom told me years later that each of us kids told her about seeing the same man. I still wonder to this day whom he could be. My sister told us that she would also see a woman and 2 children on different occasions, but myself and my brother never saw them. My mom also has experiences in her bedroom, but she never sees anyone. And as soon as she'll lay down to sleep, the shades will just kind of move in the room, but as soon as she sits up to see what it is, it stops. The air vent isn't on, the windows aren't cracked open. It always happens when she's alone in the bedroom trying to sleep. It still happens to this day. My mom asked my dad if it happens to him, and he denies it. That's why she can't ever sleep in her bedroom alone. Side note, my dad's a firefighter, so he used to work 24-hour shifts. Has pretty much done this over the years, working nights at other jobs, so on those nights, she'd sleep with one of us kids or on the couch. It scares her that much. I was home alone one day. I think I was in high school. I was sitting on my living room couch watching TV when I heard paper shuffling in our den. My mom's desk is in the den. I thought it was my cat, so I yelled for her to stop. The sound stopped for a second, but then started again as if somebody was shuffling through paperwork. I again yelled for her to stop, but it kept happening. I went into the den to see what she was doing, and she wasn't in there, which I thought was strange. I then had to use the bathroom, and as I'm about to open the bathroom door, I peer to my right, and there's my cat sleeping on my bed. I turned cold. Wouldn't have seen her walk past me if she was in the den. Went back to the den cautiously and looked around. Nothing. Still the only one home alone was the cat asleep. I sit back down on the couch again, start watching TV to get my mind off things, and, well, once again the sound starts. I decided to ask it to stop, and for some odd reason it did. I've also seen half of a man's face in the den window staring back at me, but when I turned back to my left, no one was there, and still freaks me out to this day. He doesn't resemble the man I saw in my parents' room, but I am unsure of who it was that I saw. The basement is also full of activity. Before the bathroom remodel, the shower curtain would try to get as close to your body as if it could, but if you asked it to stop, it would. It freaked me out for the longest time. So glad my parents finally got a shower door instead. One time I went into the basement to grab a drink from the fridge, and as I headed upstairs, I heard my brother say my name. I looked over the stairwell and asked, "What?" With no response and, well, no brother in sight. I run upstairs and my brother's in his room watching TV. Over the years, we've heard our name called in different areas of the home. We would turn and, well, no one's there, and items would go missing and turn up days or months later in different spots. Someone will hear the basement door open and shut, but it's locked and, well, no one's come or gone. Items in the kitchen have fallen to the floor for no reason. There's cold spots throughout the home, especially in the basement and my den. My sister is still too scared to go to the laundry room herself, because she swears there's somebody watching her in the hall to get to the laundry room. That had always been an eerie spot. It's a dark area where the furnace is and where we always keep the cat box. Just always feels as if somebody's standing behind the furnace. From what my parents have told me, the person who originally owned the house died in it. Not sure what from or what year, but there was also a deadly car crash in front of the house where the man's car went to head to the tree in front yard. I've heard stories from friends that people see a man outside my front house at night walking along the sidewalk and then disappear. They've told me those stories even before I've ever mentioned anything about my parents' house being haunted. I'm just glad that we pretty much coexisted with the ghosts over the years with some frights here and there, but my parents are getting ready to move after being there 26 years. I'm going to be sad to see them move with all the good memories that we've had, but I do wonder if the ghosts will haunt the new owners. Part 2. Haunted Childhood Home. It was early 2014, I was working nights. So on my days off, I'd be up late throughout the night. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I'd be in the basement, chilling watching TV or whatnot, when my cat would go crazy following something around unseen. She'd be meowing and running to different spots throughout the basement. This went on for a few nights, so one night I decided to pull my camera out and start taking pictures once my cat started freaking out. Surprisingly, I caught orbs in multiple pictures. Once I saw an orb in a picture, I decided to communicate with it, and it responded. I remember asking it, "If you're really a spirit, go to the bathroom door." Took a picture right after that, and there's an orb right on the bathroom door. Chills went straight through me. I kept communicating with the spirit for an hour or so and caught orbs throughout my basement. My cat went into my bedroom also as if seeing something, but I only caught one orb in there. I tried recording a session of me speaking with the spirit, but got no responses that way. After a few hours, my cat calmed down and all went back to normal. Even though I knew my childhood home was haunted, I truly believed this was my great-grandma paying me a visit. I'd recently at that time kept smiling or kept smelling her scent out of the blue, and on that night, I smelt her scent prior to all of this happening. Today I smelt her from time to time in my own home. I believe she just stops in to say hi and watches over me. Childhood ghost stories from our old apartment. I just saw a video on YouTube about ghost stories. Wink, wink. And it made me remember my own personal experience as a child. From 5 years old up until 12 years old, I used to hear and see spirits. Our old apartment was haunted, and all of us siblings were used to, well, you could say, used to it growing up, but only realized it when we moved to a different house and all of the weird noises and voices and odd occurrences stopped. I remember all of us freaking out when I opened up with the conversation. Do you guys remember when doors would shut without anybody doing it? Or any wind inside the house? Do you guys remember the stairs making sounds like somebody's going up and down the stairs? That's when we all started sharing our own stories. Then we all realized that I was the only one who experienced the most. I started telling them examples after examples. I'll share 3 memories that I still remember vividly. A quick visit. When I was 5 or 6, I was seated on our couch getting ready for a regular doctor visit. My mom's a nurse and takes health and wellness seriously. My mom was facing toward me, putting on my socks, and I was facing the stairs. Our stairs at our apartment were L-shaped, and it cuts off as it goes past the ceiling. It creates a shadow around the area of it, sort of cutting off past the ceiling. Sorry if I'm confusing you, it's hard to describe the layout. But as my mom was putting on my socks, I remember pointing toward our stairs. I asked her who the old man standing over there is. My mom turned around, looked at the spot I was pointing at, and she told me that there's no one there. I was confused because I could see a man standing looking down at us. His face was bloody with a bloody cloth covering half of it. He had a beard and he was staring at us. I remember not being scared but more curious. He didn't look malevolent. I kept pointing to my mom and told me to describe what he looked like. After I told her what I was seeing, my mom told me that he reminded her of her uncle who got assassinated while he was gardening at his home. That's a crazy story, but for a different topic. I'd like to hear that one. He was shot in the face and died in the hospital, which was not too long ago, but before I was born. She confirmed this story years later, and it still creeps her out whenever he talked about it. I think he was just checking up on us. Maybe he wanted to say hi. Rest in peace, Tito. It needed a rest. Years later, maybe around 10, I was alone in my room. We had a bunk bed because I shared my room with my older brother. The bunk bed was made of metal and had a mesh design underneath the mattress. My brother's spot was the bottom, and whenever he sits on his bed, the metal mesh makes a squeaky sound or rusty sound. He always drops down on his bed and never sits on it, giving it a quick squeaky sound. Or rather, he never sits on it slow. And I don't know how to exactly describe the sound, but hopefully you get it. So hearing it on a daily basis, I'm familiar with that sound. One day I was chilling on my desk. My CD player stopped playing after playing the whole album, and it was just dead silent. I was sketching something, so I wasn't really bothered by the silence. All of a sudden I heard my brother's bunk bed make the squeaky sound, but it was very, very slow. Like someone was pushing down or sitting down really slow. I immediately froze. I was trying to process what was happening. I started deducing in my mind. I'm alone. My brother's still in his ROTC. There's no one else in the room besides me. That's when I realized that it must be something else. I gathered my nerves, told the ghost that I'm scared of ghosts. I hope that he, she, or it doesn't show themselves. The squeaking stopped, and I remember trembling. I decided that it was the moment. I bolted out of the room, didn't even bother glancing toward the bed. I was legit scared and was screaming as I sprinted down the stairs. I told my parents that there's a ghost in the room, and my parents told me that they don't exist. I just my imagination. Despite telling them every detail of the story to no avail, they simply reminded me that it must have been something natural, like wood creaking or the wind or the neighbors. I'm 100% sure it was the bed. I know that creaking sound, and it was very close and not muffled, like it was beyond the walls of our room or from the outside. It was right behind me. It was coming from our bunk bed. Also, how would it make that sound if it's not for somebody or something to actually sit or lay on the bed? This memory still gives me the shivers. A gathering. My last memory of a ghost encounter was the year before we moved. I was 12 at the time, and it happened in the middle of the night. I was kind of an uncommon occurrence for me to wake up in the middle of the night, but this particular night was the scariest night in my life. I get a weird feeling in my stomach whenever I think about it. It's not really anything big like Hollywood-level scary, but the sheer terror that I felt left an imprint on my memory, so here we go. As I remember waking up in the middle of the night, for some reason, and I just stared at the ceiling, trying to go back to sleep. I was probably half awake at this point, then all of a sudden I felt like there's somebody right beside my bed, like a presence. So I'm on the top bunk of the bed, and I just felt somebody was standing beside the bed. I remember my heart started beating fast, and I immediately went fully awake, and my body just got stiff from this uneasy feeling. Mind you, it wasn't a sleep paralysis episode because I could move and it was actually comfortable when I woke up. So I decided to gather my strength and look to my right, because I really wanted to know if there was anybody beside my bed out of curiosity. As I looked to my right, I saw 4 figures wearing black, like funeral formal attire, looking down on me. They were tall because even though I was on the top bunk, they were looking down. Their faces were blurry, but they were anthropomorphic. I could tell that there were 3 males and 1 female. I stared right back at them, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but it finally clicked in my head that they're spirits or ghosts, and I screamed and grabbed a pillow and just placed it on top of my head, and I pivoted away from them. I was crying, and, well, I was purely terrified. I started praying and hoping that they won't touch me or come close. I remember repeating the Apostles' Creed and prayer for St. Michael, Hail Mary, and the Glory Be, but I was raised Catholic. The reason I quit my job at the airport. I started my new job at Will Rogers Airport. I say new job, but I was really just moved to a different airline and working in the same ramp agent position. Now I have to tell you that I have a crippling fear of heights. My least favorite part of being a ramp agent is when I have to go climb in the cargo bin in the rear loading plane because it's about 20 feet above the ground. This particular night was a strange mix of a few factors creating an uneasy feeling. The first, ambience. It was kind of it was raining. Not just light raining, but pouring rain with a few scattered lightning flashes and random power surges. Every now and then we have dead bodies transported in the cargo bins. This was one of those occasions, and tonight was my lucky night apparently because my manager told me I was throwing this plane. Throwing meaning I was pulling the cargo out of the bin. It was the last plane for the night. It wasn't very much cargo beside the body. My coworker John pulled the ramp loader to the plane and raised it up so I can walk up the conveyor belt to enter the bin. About 4 other coworkers came over to a baggage tug for the cargo. I say to everybody in a louder than normal tone because the rain was loudly smacking the metal shell of the airplane, "Hope you're all ready. I'm not trying to be in there all night." John laughed and said, "Don't worry about it. Maybe you can just make a new friend in there," in reference to the dead body. I didn't think it was funny, but I chuckled and told him to shut up and let's get going. I climbed into the small and cramped space and sat in the bin as far from this human-sized white cardboard box as I could. Pulled my phone out of my pocket and selected a playlist to listen to while I throw the bin. I find a good one, start working. The conveyor belt moves at a snail's pace, and you have to wait until they scan each individual package, so I can't throw them just as fast as I want to get out of there. About 10 minutes into it, I'm getting closer and closer to this box. My music stops playing. I've had earbuds that short out when they get too wet, so the front of my mind, I'm automatically assuming that rain somehow got on, and, well, I just needed to shake a little bit of water out of them. But they were bone dry. I checked Spotify to see if it was a glitch or a problem with the app, and, well, I see I have an unread text. Did I get a notification and forget in my midst of my rap-fueled baggage handling? The way my phone's set up, when I get a message, it'll tell you who it is, but it won't display the message. You have to access them to read it. The message was from an unknown number, which was odd, because very few people have my number to begin with. I clicked the notification to read the message, and all it said was, "Hi." I sent a text back saying, hey, who's this? My phone displayed that whoever sent the message saw mine immediately after I sent it. I waited and no response. I started my playlist back up and got back to my job. Shortly after, a crash of thunder that was so loud the plane shook made me jump at first, but I quickly rationalized it and returned to work. I noticed the conveyor belt was no longer moving. I yelled to John, "What the hell's going on out there? Why'd it stop?" John replied, "Damn thing ran out of gas. We're going to have to take this load of cargo and drop it off while we get another loader over here. Sit tight." I think to myself, where the fuck else am I going to go? About 1 minute later, it got cold, like I could see my breath cold. I wrote it off as just a cold front and reach over for some stranger's luggage to lean on while I wait. As I look over for a bag to grab, lighting just went across the sky. Or maybe they meant, as I went over to grab a bag, lightning went across the sky. And I saw a quick flash of a little boy, 11, maybe 12 years old, sitting on a white box, staring at me with this eerily happy smile and his head turned slightly to the side. My heart sunk and I froze, never taking my eyes off that box for what felt like hours. I was startled by the replacement conveyor belt starting up right next to the plane. I darted to the moving conveyor, crawling as fast as I could, trying to keep my balance and panic at the same time. I hit the ground and looked at John and said, "Nope, I'm done. You're going to have to go in there." I didn't want to explain exactly what I saw, but John knew something scared me shitless. He asked me, "What's wrong? Who was it?" I stuttered and walked away before I could say anything. Then I got a new text message notification that I heard loud and clear this time. A response from an unknown sender saying, "It's your new friend." And from your old friend, see ya.